Southeast Racing League Speedweeks come to their dramatic conclusion for their first ever running. This time around, SCRL faces its longest ever race in its first form. 500 miles, 200 laps. And once again, as we were last week, we return to the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Welcome back to Daytona Beach, Florida for coverage of the SOUTHTONA 500, its first running here in 2025. Many familiar faces from last week's SOUTHTONA 300 have come back into play, and tonight is going to be a little bit longer with a slightly different format, but it's SuperSpeedway Racing through and through. Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing, plays host once again, and as we were last Sunday afternoon, we're broadcasting once more live on FTN. Welcome back to coverage on FTN Broadcasting. I'm your host for tonight's event. I'm David Kreutz, commentating and producing. It's going to be a wonderful show that comes into form in just a few minutes' time. All drivers registered right now are taking their qualifying laps, and from there on out, we're looking forward to 500 uninterrupted miles of action from the high banks of Daytona. Currently, qualifying is on the move, and 7 drivers have taken a time. Jordan Blair, returning from last week's event, finds himself on the provisional pole, and he's on top right now with a 49.116. That's the quick time over Bob Leclerc, and third place, Jaden Del Toro. Last week, if you weren't with us, Evan Carlin won in a SOUTHTONA 300. Looks like right now Evan is not looking to go back-to-back. However, he opens up the week with a 300-mile, $300 victory. Dalton Ledbetter finished third in that event, and he's at the pole position right now. Meanwhile, Jordan Blair gets knocked down to second, and it was the second-place finisher, Ross Dalton, who's in this race as well. He has not yet gotten out of the track tonight. Jeffrey Johnson on the circuit. Looks like he's going to promptly back it down and go back to pit road. Robert Missy is at the top of the board. Of course, if you can get this lap through, let's see what Robert can do. And that number 49, Joe Madigan, also returning to the track. Last week, pole sitter won $45. It'll be the same thing today. Ryan Honeycutt was able to take that first pole position. Wasn't able to capitalize it on the racing circuit, of course. Didn't get the victory. But Landon Norris jumps up top in the number 92, only to be beaten by Logan Wilson. There's a cash prize for this pole position, so drivers are looking to be rather competitive as Wilson jumps to the top by a full 1/10 of a second. The biggest gap in qualifying. Wilson just said it. Josh Fox right now is going to be 12th as Peyton Lindsay jumps up to P2. Peyton doing so on his second lap, so he'll be starting at best on the front row. So far, Logan Wilson holding that time by 99 1/1000ths of a second, so still having the advantage. Robert Missy in the number 49 is still going. Missy went down to pit road and restarted that qualifying run. So for Robert, taking that Ford Mustang across the line, it's a 49.143. Good for 8th place on that first lap. And Robert immediately heads down to pit road, ending his qualifying lap prematurely here. Daniel Park up next in the number 7. Going to be running with Michael Steele with the number 3 paint scheme looking very similar. RDR, Ross Dalton Racing support as well. The big teams have returned once again. Cody Griffin right now is 7th on the order. Dalton, the team owner for RDR, has not yet gotten out of the racetrack. However, we're still waiting to see Ross in just a few laps. Park across the line. First lap is a 49.138. That lap time is good for 7th for the number 7. Moreover, Jeffrey Johnson jumps up at a P12, 200 laps on the table tonight, so these first 2 laps, it really is unlikely it's going to have much a difference or an impact, shall we say, for the rest of the night. Joe Madigan gets up to 17th here, and we realized that last time we went racing in the SOUTHTONA 500, what we saw in the opening laps and qualifying, of course, did not impact who won our race. It came down to a green-white checkered finish in which drivers who were not up front all night long had the chance to go out there and win. So even though right now what you're seeing is for a cash prize, it's very unlikely that this makes a difference for who wins. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, Logan Wilson is at the pole position and is poised currently to win $45 to kick off the night's festivities. Devin Ree gets to P18 on that run. That was Devin's first lap. Trevor Oswinarth qualified 13th in the SOUTHTONA 300 and is looking to go for his first qualifying lap of the night in the number 89. Trevor pacing rather slowly down to the inside of the track on that apron. 2 laps are given to each driver, so Trevor going to put the gas down here after going through the apron and is ready to roll for one big chance. As we saw with the Xfinity car, drivers using that high side through lap 1 to build up that extra momentum. That's something that Trevor did not do last time around, but learning from the mistakes of the last qualifying run, looks like Trevor now is going to build up a lot more speed. He and Kenny Reel will be the final drivers on the track currently. Kenny in the number 11, a familiar face, a former FORL Cup Series winner, driver in the IORA Cup and Integrity Octane Series respectively. Kenny is an FTN regular and is looking to show out tonight. Was not in the SOUTHTONA 300, and yet he'll be making his 500 debut as one of the final drivers to register for the race. Currently, it looks like Kenny does not have a lap time set. He, Oswinarth, and Dalton are the 3 drivers on track, and now Trevor going at full speed this time by. This will be Oswinarth's one and only quick time. We'll see what he can do with it. Meanwhile, Kenny Reel jumps up to 19th on his first lap. Trevor going for the unorthodox approach of slowing down through his lap 1 tri-oval appearance, and it looks like right now it's paying off big for another fast lap. 3.5 seconds quicker than where he was in the lap before. Trevor is looking for potentially for a chance to break into the sub 49 range, something only one driver has done in Logan Wilson. Coming across the line, the number 89 goes from a 52 to a 49. Oswinarth will go 3rd place in a rapid jump up to the top 2 rows. Kenny Reel looking to back his run up, currently 2.3 seconds quicker than his last run. It looks like he will settle firmly inside the top 10. Might not get up to the top 5 though. At the line, 48.907 is more than we expected. It's the pole position. Kenny Reel up on top, 48.906. $45 qualifying bonus. Unless Ross Dalton can get around 2 times, it goes to Kenny, and he'll start up front. Ross Dalton now looking to maybe defy some expectations here, but with 40 seconds left on the clock, it looks like he does not have the time. Qualifying, in effect, is over. Dalton puts 1 lap in, but it won't be enough to jump up to the top of the board. And so now, Kenny Reel, the number 11, has the pole position. He will collect the opening $45 bonus and come away with the top spot to lead the inaugural SOUTHTONA 500. Oswinarth and Reel, the final 2 drivers to go, and Kenny Reel gets it up to P1. With a little bit of time to spare now, we're going to try and get a word from some of our drivers. Kenny Reel is currently unavailable, however, so we'll see whether he's there for communication a little after the fact. Drivers have gone on track, almost everyone set to time. Kenny Reel grabs the pole position, a blistering time, 48.906, and he has the top time by 50-odd thousandths of a second over the remainder of the field. Drivers now buckle up and get ready to roll. Daytona International Speedway hosts for tonight's event. Conditions are going to be rather mild overall. Drivers shouldn't have to worry all too much about the track in any way. 84 degrees ambient temperature and a track temp coming in right now at 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds are eastbound at 4 miles an hour, and the forecast will change all night long. 200 laps is going to take us quite a lot of time. Expect the first 150 to be a little bit different from what you saw in the SOUTHTONA 300. Of course, we had great racing there, but it got a little bit more aggressive maybe than you would have expected. The first part of the race, very clean. The rest of it, admittedly, not so much. So we are hoping to see some more clean racing before we get to that point. Starting grid is assembled. 23 drivers tonight will tackle the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway. For those of you who weren't with us last week, Daytona International Speedway is a track that's been the hallowed grounds of high-speed racing for more than 65 years in American motorsport. Built and opened in 1959 for first use with the inaugural Daytona 500, this circuit is as iconic as it gets. Home not only to NASCAR Cup Series, Xfinity Series, and Truck Series racing, but also to endurance with the 24 Hours of Daytona, American Motocross Association, ARCA, rallying, and multiple other types of motorsport. Well known, of course, for the 2.5 mile configuration you see today, Daytona is a force to be reckoned with, and every driver here knows its challenge and prestige alike give it reason to host such a grand event. 500 miles, it's a full-length replica of the Daytona 500, and right now, before we look at your starting grid, we're going to get a word from Kenny Reel, the man who grabbed the pole position in qualifying tonight. Kenny Reel, to lead off the starting grid tonight, you've got that pole position. You are position number 1 here in the SOUTHTONA 500. You come away with the opening cash bonus, and the rest of the race is now ahead of you.
Yeah, we set us a quick little lap there, so yeah, we're playing with the house's money now, so we're gonna go try to stay out front.
Got yourself 200 laps to get the job done, so how do you feel about your race strategy? Will you try to be aggressive all night long, or will you back out early?
No, I'm gonna try to stay out front the whole race. I don't want to get back in the middle of the pack or in the back where everybody's fighting, gotta worry about getting ran over for a wreck, so I think the safest place is just staying out front and try to remain here the whole race.
And looking to stay out of trouble here. Any drivers you're looking to work with, you going out on your own?
Yeah, I got a few teammates in here, so that'll be good to work with them, and hopefully all of us stay up here.
Well, with that said, Kenny, right now you got the top spot. You're looking for a big win. Any final shout-outs or comments before we go racing here?
I just want to give you a shout-out for broadcasting, and hope we have a good race. It's going to be a long one.
That's for sure. Kenny Reel strapped up for 500 miles. You got the pole position tonight. Good luck out there.
Appreciate it, brother.
Kenny's getting on the way. He's got P1, and so now we'll learn from 1 to 23 what your starting grid looks like here in Daytona. Inside of row number 1, we said it already, so let's reintroduce him. Kenny Reel's got the pole position on the outside of the pole tonight. He's got a familiar face in Logan Wilson. He's going for his second SOUTHTONA Speed Week start, his first coming last week in the 300. Then you got Devin Ree in 3rd and Trevor Oswinart starting in 4th. Peyton Lindsay is in P5, and from there you got Landon Norris, 6th spot on the order. Kenny and Logan Wilson, the only drivers to put lap times under 49 seconds tonight. They put in the quick times, that's no doubt. Then you'll have a 7th place Josh Fox and Dalton Ledbetter, who finished in 3rd last week. He's going to find himself that number 32 starting in 8th. Joe Madigan's going to begin the race in 9th, and Jordan Blair will be P10 with Daniel Park in 11th, and Cody Griffin, league owner and host of the night, he's there in 12th. 13th place is going to go to the driver just beyond Hot 12. 13th indeed, Robert Missy. Jeffrey Johnson, a little bit shaky last week, but he came out alive. He'll start in P14. 15th pace is Bob Leclerc, and Jaden Toro will be 16th, with Jeremy Crandall 17th and 18th going to Chris Ellis as he returns as well from last week's festivities. Then from there, you got the remainder of the field, including Brady Bojada. Brady tonight going to be a new driver starting in at 19th with Jared Ogletree, P20, Ross Dalton, second place last week, starting tonight in 21st. Michael Steele, 22nd in the number 3. And the last driver of all will be Logan Tackett, who fought so hard to get back on the track last week after having significant damage. He finished that race. He'll be starting and riding shotgun at the tail end of the field, 23rd and last of all those in the SOUTHTONA 500. The World Center of Racing will come alive tonight, and Kenny Reel will grab the pole position. Now, without further ado, the iRacing official pace car will step aside. Drivers will get rolling, and it'll be Kenny Reel and Logan Wilson with the honors. For the first time in SOUTHTONA history, the 500-mile sweepstakes are about to begin, and they'll be led by the Chevrolet Camaro and its motor, driven by Kenny Reel. Green flag flies from the World Center of Racing. Welcome back to Daytona. We are underway in the first ever SOUTHTONA 500. Kenny Reel will hold down the fort. Welcome to lap number 2. It's going to be a long race tonight, so expect some differences in terms of the broadcast as well as the event itself. Single file right now, and we've got a lot of time on the table. These drivers are not going to concern themselves with being the most aggressive, shall we say, when they go at it. Instead, we're going to see a lot of this race. Realistically, more than 50% is going to be run in this formation of single file driving. And to be honest, that is about the smartest thing these drivers can do. We are in for a long one tonight, and any yellow flags could make it significantly longer. So it's going to be a relaxed approach up here in the broadcast booth. It'll be a relaxed approach down on the track. Great to have some familiar faces. Great to have some drivers we know already. And notably, Kenny Reel getting the shot to lead. As you saw just a few moments ago, we spoke to him, and he's got no issues with running up front and being in control tonight. He's going to try to stay up there, try to make sure he's the one in control. Because when you went down to the back of the field, you might get yourself in more trouble than if you were to be up front. There's the number 49 of Robert Missy. Right now, Robert is running in P15, and it looks like he's right around the middle of the circuit overall. This is the second group. Tonight is being led by Landon Norris. It looks like Norris is falling down to 13th. He's going to find himself the first driver in this second grouping, so about half the field is together here, and up front you've got that leading half with Kenny Reel and Devin Rhea up in control. That's how it's going to stay for a long while tonight, expecting very few changes, especially from here to lap 100. You want to ride it out rather than getting yourself involved in trouble. Every lap matters, so why concern yourself with the problems, of course, of getting in a big wreck when you've got so much time to race? We'll talk some opening strategy as well, since we've got a lot of time on our table here. Tires and fuel always coming into concern for drivers, but tonight really shouldn't be much of an issue. We've got ourselves 9 tire sets available, which means that no matter how you slice it, these drivers will make it all the way on the tires they've got. That's really not going to be a problem unless a driver goes down a pit road 9 times, and we don't expect any driver to go down 9 times unless this becomes, unfortunately, we've already got trouble in the back of the field. That could be the first caution. Contact, and we got one driver in the wall. Yes, the caution is out. Incident involving Chris Ellis. Lap 5, caution number 1. Ellis is involved in the very first of them. Taking a look back now to see what just happened. Among those in the first hit here, so we'll see if it was anything serious. Ellis was bobbling up and down ever so slightly. It was a checkup. Ross Dalton couldn't get out of the way. Neither could Ellis. And it looks like right there, contact. Ellis involved, Dalton involved. Michael Steele was where it started. And when Steele hit Dalton, Dalton had no choice but to push back. And so the caution's out for the very first time tonight. Unfortunately, a chain reaction rather early brings us to a standstill. It'll be Chris Ellis running now all the way back in 17th, and so the field is put together for its very first pacing laps. A little bit of FTN history since we have some time. This is only the second ever 500-mile race broadcast on this network. Earlier, last summer, we ran the Frank Pauli 500 and Indianapolis 500 replica with the Crown Jewel Racing League. That was an exciting show. It was me and Gary Godso in the broadcast booth, and we've also done some endurance races. We have previously done up to 4-hour events at the Sebring Raceway, the 3 hours of Daytona, and tonight, the expectation is this race will come in at little over 3 hours. Pit road utilized for the first time tonight. Kenny Reel will bring him in. Strategy already coming into play as Kenny gets himself to his pole position stall. 4 tires and fuel is expected to be the recipe tonight. Kenny's going to miss his stall ever so slightly, so he'll likely drop out of the top spot. And that he does. New race leader in Bahada, and Landon Norris comes out after the fact. Now, Kenny Reel drops back to 7th as a result of that minor mistake. So Brady Bahada and Landon Norris are your overall race leaders. Winning off of pit road is second place qualifier Devin Rea. Bahada, Landon Norris are now the only drivers on the track who have not gone down a pit road once. Them staying out here for lap 7 gives them a significantly different strategy for the first run. But it's very likely what we're seeing now will not matter. Strategy is going to divulge in so many ways by the time we even get to the halfway point here that the early strategy isn't going to make much a difference. So for Bahada and Landon Norris, they know that there's enough time on the table to think of a different strategy, attempt it, and maybe make the best of it here. Unfortunately, this caution coming out so early means that we don't quite know whether or not we're going to get into a rhythm tonight. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens from here, as currently Bahada's got the edge, Norris has second, and the front row is on old rubber with less fuel in the tank. Michael Steele going to get some repairs here, and he's going to use his fast repair. All 3 drivers involved in that one will use it. Chris Ellis has, and it looks like one other driver making a mistake. That is the number 49 of Robert Missy. It looks like, rather, Jared Ogletree has used the fast repair. And using it so early means that he can't get involved in any other serious incidents from here. He does not have a second chance left on him. A few other drivers have also made the same call. It looks like right now, a little bit further back to Jeffrey Johnson. He's already used the fast repair. So few drivers in the first pit stop are going to use that one and only second chance. That's coming out to a total of 5 drivers who have already used up that very important resource with so much time left. Bahada and Norris, the only drivers on the track tonight who have not gone down to pit road, are now your race leaders. Looking for restart number 1 at lap number 9. We're about ready to get things going. We saw very quickly the separation of packs 1 and 2, and we were expecting to see more of the same for the next coming laps here. Odds are that the first half of the field is going to stick together as before, and the second half of the field is going to bundle itself up all over again. So hopefully we do so in a clean fashion here. Just a minor checkup makes the difference in what was our very first incident. Looking above the circuit for a brief moment there, the entire field still with us, nobody off the lead lap. Ross Dalton just got connected with the field. Logan Tackett already some front end damage, a lot like what we saw out of him, unfortunately, last week. Then some bad luck on the side of the number 6 in these last 2 races. Tackett was able to come away with a top 15 finish due to an incredible effort, making use of every caution, going down a pit road time and time again, and eventually, at long last, getting himself back with the leaders here. So, up to the front of the field, it'll be Landon Norris and leader Brady Bohata. As we take the green flag, Bohata gets the advantage coming through turns 1 and 2. Side by side, looking at most drivers already going for that single file approach. We're not expecting things to change all too much. Outside, though, has got a lot of momentum here. Devin Rhea leading with Kenny Reel already back up to the front of the board. It looks like these 2 drivers are holding no qualms about being the most aggressive tonight as they push each other out and in front. Kenny Reel going to shove the number 2 all the way up to the point. Rest of the field further on back, just going to watch and wait as Kenny now sees the back bumper of Trevor Oswinarth. Trevor is not looking to make a pass for position here, so all drivers in this frame are going to stay together, led by Devin. The back end of the number 22 sees everything and everyone, but currently, more than anything else, they're coming together and they're deciding not to fight for spots. The test of skill in a 500-mile race is not about who leads the most laps or who ends up in front making the riskiest moves, but instead the challenge lies in how can you keep calm over the course of such a long event. With so much time on the table for these drivers, it's highly unlikely that everyone's going to do the right thing all the time. So to have that patience and persistence, there's very little opportunity to make something happen unless you are very, very patient. You know the strategy well. There are risks to be taken later on, but right now, it's all about following the rule of racing. Just bide your time and go from there. In a way, this is a very well-known endurance event, although it isn't 24 hours or 12 hours or even 6 hours, going at such a high speed for such a long period of time, more than 200 miles an hour around this circuit. It's not easy, and by no means are these drivers given an easy task. Going it up to 202, coming down the back straightaway there. Devin Rhea is leading with high speed, and the entire field now is single file. Back of the field has a few little pockets of drivers. Right there, Logan Tackett is going to be led around by Joe Madigan. These 2 were working together previously in the SOUTHTONA 300, so they've come together once again. Familiar groups of drivers will likely be with each other all night long. Right now, Missy in the 49 is going to be Daniel Park and Josh Fox. Maybe Robert knows he made that call to go down a pit road and take the faster pair, and is deciding instead to be a little bit more conservative with strategy than anything else. Now with no faster pair, getting out of trouble is necessary, and we're expecting most likely to see one caution from here, but nothing strategy-wise is a guarantee. Brady Bohata has fallen out of the top 10, and while he once was the leader, only a few laps to go, he's now down to 13th, and he's letting drivers go by him. Meanwhile, Devin Rhea leads with Kevin Reel, Trevor Oswinarth, Jordan Blair, and lastly, Landon Norris to make up the top 5. Cody Griffin rolls down the back straightaway, and with them, Jaden Del Toro. Jaden, brand new for Roberts Racing, running the bright white and green Ford Mustang. A few new faces are taking on the track tonight. We've mentioned just a few of them, but we haven't mentioned the entirety of which. As it stands right now, the driver of the number 22, Devin Rhea, he's no stranger to the Southeast Racing League crew. Kenny Reel's coming in for his first shot, and this is his first SCR race in his entire career. So rest assured, while he does know some of these drivers, it's an unfamiliar environment, and rookies, as we mentioned, are still learning. Jaden Del Toro working now with league owner Cody Cody Griffin. Griffin is a driver who is surely looking for some racing redemption of his own. Griffin, running P6, was 500 feet away from winning the SOUTHTONA 300 in a beat-and-bang finish with Evan Carlbin. Evan was able to get the victory. Cody Griffin knocked into him too hard, sent his own car sideways, and he ended up losing. It was a close fight, but RDR was not able to get the win. Dalton had to settle for second place. Griffin ended up settling outside the top 5. And so today, while he runs in 6th, it's a completely different look. The 300, even in its early laps, saw a lot of side-by-side racing up in front. Saw a lot of drivers going for 2, even 3 wide maneuvers in the first 10-15 laps. Right now, we haven't seen much more than 2 wide, and at the front of the field, forget about it. Right now, it's 5 drivers all sticking together. Big Roost in the chat room looking for the Jack Shack, who are 1st and 3rd as it stands. You got Ria Aswanarth with Kenny Reel smack in the middle. It looks like right now a good time for some teammates to work with one another. Jordan Blair in the 81 working that Chevrolet Camaro with Hendrick Car's sponsorship. He's in 4th. And a little of that steel support on the side. Landon Norris, the last of which alone, runs at the tail in 5th. Cody Griffin has himself a bundle of 3. Ross Dalton right now, number 50 machine. He's going to have himself a good run. He's got the RDR guys with him, Dalton, and then Michael Steele. And it looks like, yes, Kenny Reel is part of the team. It's not 1st and 3rd. It's 1st through 3rd. So 1, 2, 3 team order. Kenny Reel is in the mix tonight. That is big. This is something that we saw beforehand when the SOUTHTONA 300 came to an end. Teams that could control lanes and could control the pack, they absolutely had themselves at the top of the board. And not only that, they were able to keep themselves there for long periods of time. The winning strategy is not all about being on your own. It really comes down to whether or not you have a group around you and you know who to work with. Communication has proven so key at Daytona times before. Teammates who are so common in real racing, sometimes you don't have them in the virtual world. There are very few single car teams in the NASCAR Cup Series, and we'll get back to you on the information there, but very few times has a Daytona 500 winner come out of a single car shop. The last time I can think of was 2011 with Trevor Bayne, because he drove for the Wood Brothers number 21 before they had an alliance with Penske Racing. So being a single car team in the real world doesn't get you a lot of help. In sim racing, you can usually survive because a lot of drivers don't know each other. But when there's a team up in front, no doubt they have success almost destined for them. And looking back on the statistics here, it's been a long while since any single car team has won the Daytona 500. And yes, to confirm, the last time it happened was Trevor Bayne when he turned 20 years of age in 2011. Ever since then, multi-car teams have won every running of the 500 in consecutive order. It is very unlikely to see that in the real world happen. Right now in sim racing, we're proving exactly why that is the case. If you have friends around you, you're very likely to find more success. And as a result, more supports, better strategy calls, you have people to consult. Unless something happens out of another driver's control, single car teams don't often work too well. 1990, Derek Cope was able to win the Daytona 500. He did so because of Dale Earnhardt's tire failure in the last lap. Ever since then, single car teams held full control of not winning. Multi-car teams held control of taking the checkered flag, Bayne being the only exception in that 2011 running, and since then it has been more of the same. The numbers don't lie, and that's why right now it's so impressive to see a team running up in front and keeping control very early on. 20 laps in out of 200 here. Third grouping we're looking at. There's Cody Griffin, Jaden Del Toro, Jeremy Crandall. Right now, they're sticking together and causing no problems. Going to see a very calm approach to the racing, and this is a good thing when it comes to getting to the end of the race. Might not look the most exciting, and we say that a lot, but we do so because it's necessary. You need to see these drivers get to grips with their equipment, get these drivers the opportunity to have a chance. Go for the end of the race. You don't want to be aggressive. You don't want to cause any risky behaviors. 21 laps in out of 200, which means that our first pit stop strategy calls are about 25 laps away. We're looking at what could be a 4-stop strategy under green from this point. Ross Dalton, he's leading this group, has a lot of drivers to work with. Very likely that these all small packets will come in together to pit road, and they'll be the drivers who have the opportunity, of course, to go in as one. And when they do that, they've got speed, they'll keep each other intact, and if a yellow flag is to fly, the entire pack will come together much later in the race. Daniel Park right now running with a little small grouping of his own. Parking the number 7 is smack in the middle of Josh Fox and Robert Missy. This is the grouping right now that goes from 18th down to 20th. And at the bottom of your screen, we'll keep this up for a little while here so you see who we're focusing on. Daniel Park is in the red number 7. He's got multiple teammates to work with as well, but he's with the Steel and RDR guys who are scattered all throughout the track. You look up front to Jordan Blair. He's the first of them who runs in 4th place. Then you have Cody Griffin, who is running with RDR and CGR, Cody Griffin Racing. Then you have Ross Dalton himself and Michael Steele, both of them having their sponsorship on multiple other cars tonight. They are currently running 9th and 10th and are the last drivers on the top 10 cycle. Bob Leclerc a little bit further behind in that number 42. He's got Steel sponsorship. He had a notably great save in the SOUTHTONA 300 in its dying laps, but unfortunately got caught up in instant contact. Bob Leclerc goes around the 42, involved in the second caution. Peyton Lindsay gets away. Brady Bahada, however, is one of the culprits. Caution's out for the second time tonight. Bohada and Bob Leclerc bring it out. Here's a look at what happened as the number 42 was ahead of Bahada at the time of incident. Brady was coming in, had a little bit of that draft speed, and so as they came up on one another, looks like Bahada got loose, tagged the number 42, and then Bob Leclerc shoots into the wall. Bahada, for the most of it anyway, gets through. All the while, Leclerc left in the dust. Cautions out, front end damage again to the number 42 of Bob Leclerc, and a very similar incident to the one he was involved in late in the SOUTHTONA 300. Caution flies for the second time tonight here, lap 24. Just got to make sure these drivers pay attention even if they are involved in some relatively calm racing. Oftentimes, making mistakes comes out of just not paying attention. Small lapses in judgment or concentration are a big difference maker, and so the field comes in once again. It's going to be led by Ross Dalton. You'll have Kenny Reel and Trevor Oswinarth, the 1, 2, 3. This time by, they'll all come together again. Kenny Reel backs it in. Oswinarth's going to miss that stall, and it looks like Devin Rhea also going to be just fine here. Devin gets going. Kenny comes with, and it looks like the same 1-2 punch. Get out in front once again. It's going to be Devin Rhea, Kenny Reel, first and second, and Devin, of course, has the advantage. The Jack Shack crew hold the fort and keep themselves up and ahead once again, and the 2025 SOUTHTONA 500 hits lap number 25. So we're more or less 10-15% of the way through this race. Still a lot of time remains for drivers in every sense of time, whether it is laps, whether it is the minutes, whether it is pit stop strategy. The strategy tonight is going to be changing based on every caution we see. Something like that, an early caution, means that we still have a lot of mandatory pit stops to get through. We're going to still need about 4 pit stops for drivers to get through the rest of this race, no matter what happens here. Even if we go green flag the rest of the distance, it doesn't mean they can avoid pit road. It only means instead that maybe there's a chance to shorten the stints or extend one of them and try to balance it out for the rest of the way. Devin leads. Kenny Reel is in second. Trevor Osquinarth is now in third. And it's Jaden Del Toro, P4. Again, a lot of the field was spread out there, but we just get another incident where drivers are maybe not fully concentrating, making small mistakes. So problems come of it yet again. Heading to 1 lap to green this time by will be led again by the number 2 of Devin Rhea. For those of you watching right now on FTN, if your favorite driver is still in this one, whether or not, of course, you're a fan of these drivers, whether or not it's your very first time watching things happen here on FTN, whether or not you know these drivers well, we'd love to hear from you. So get down to the chat room and give us your race-winning predictions. Do you think a driver like Kenny Reel or Devin Rhea have the stuff to win this race? Someone in the mid-pack like Peyton Lindsay or Chris Ellis or Jared Ogletree? Or will the back of the field shock us with guys like Dalton Ledbetter, Joe Madigan, Mike Steele, or Ross Dalton? Get in the chat room right now and tell us who your race-winning predictions are. We'd love to hear from you. Once again, live on FTN. If you subscribe, the chat room is free to use for all of our broadcasts. And, of course, we love hearing what you have to say. So let us know who your pick is to win, and we'll see who is right at the end of the night. Lap 27, restart number 2. Devin Rhea and Kenny Reel have been the dominant drivers of the race. So far, Devin leading more laps than pole sitter Kenny. Nonetheless, they have been the top 2 drivers all throughout this event. So, no doubt that if they just keep this attitude up, they've got a shot to control the first half of this race in its entirety. 26 laps in, out of 200. The SOUTHTONA 300 came out to a total of 120 laps. Pace car dives in. Devin in control, double file restart, inside and outside, lined up just right. Good start on both ends. The outside wiggles just a bit, but Kenny Reel gets control. Back in the lead, there's the number 11. Watching in the mid-pack right now, a little bit of 3-wide motion, but nothing all too significant. Mike Steele currently finds himself smack in the middle of the field. Watching on board now with Steele, you'll see rolling on the inside is preferential. We're most likely going to see everyone get in this single file grouping once again and find their own. A lot of times in Daytona, you see groups start to assemble on that first run, and whenever there's a caution, drivers like to find those they're familiar with. Going to the inside of the circuit, all but one driver, and Jeffrey Johnson's done it so far. Johnson's still waiting for a chance to link in. All the while, Mike Steele now gets up to P13 as he bides his time. Inside the cockpit, minor hand movements, nothing too significant. Now it's just about playing that waiting game once again and getting ready for the rest of the show. Steele looks outside. Just get some clean air. Doesn't look like he's going to have a chance to come in. Almost making contact behind him from Jeremy Crandall. Watch that rear view mirror and you'll see Steele playing it close. Just trying to get himself comfortable with his own line. Kenny Reel right now stays just ahead of the number 2. Devin Rhea giving good support. Trevor Oswenarth is just behind, and the 1-2-3 team rolls up front. They've been up in front all throughout the night. Every pit cycle, every lap, every turn, dominant so far. And it looks like this early strategic call could play major dividends as the night progresses. Landon Norris and Cody Griffin, if those two have been first through third, or rather those three have been first through third, these two have been right behind fighting to stay in the top 5. Cody Griffin especially, although his teammates like Dalton have decided to stay more so in the mid-pack, Griffin has been unafraid of keeping himself closer to the front end of the field, and in doing so he's been able to make sure that qualifying has been little a concern. He came from 12th on the order to get up to 5th. Right now only 3 drivers in the top 10, or 2 started outside the top 10. 12th to 5th in Cody Griffin. Jaden Del Toro, contact, and Jaden goes around. 3rd caution of the night. Del Toro involved in another one. And so Del Toro involved in the 3rd yellow flag in 30 laps. And even when we're running single file here, trouble has not been able to escape us. Toro shot up the track, and it looks like he might have gotten some contact that led him there. Looking back for the 30-second extra replay, might have been given some front end help by the number 66 right there. That's Logan Wilson. We're watching to see whether or not Logan was at all involved. Logan was running behind the number 8 at the time of the conflict. And so you'll see here, Wilson came up quick. No, Wilson was not involved. Jaden Del Toro turning into Landon Norris. And then from there, contact and chaos ensues. Third caution of the day, and another very small 2-car wreck makes the difference. And as Logan Wilson drives off, the field collects itself once again. We'll get ready to go green flag racing at about lap number 34 here. Kenny Reel just came across the line to make it lap 31. Early difficulties continue as Kenny Reel brings the field down to pit road for the 3rd time tonight. And it looks like the entirety of the pack comes in once more. Four tires and fuel remains the norm, and it looks like right now everyone is settled in to go for it once again. Coming through, Kenny Reel going to be beaten out by Devin Rhea, but it's still the same 1-2-3 with Oswenarth as the backup man in P3. So then you have Peyton Lindsay, Cody Griffin, number 66 Logan Wilson, Brady Bahada, and Jordan Blair making up the rest of the top 10 as the final drivers in the field get out of pit road. Landon Norris, even though involved in that incident, decided not to go down to pit road. He didn't get any major damage, and he's still at the front with Jeffrey Johnson. This is the 2nd time so far today that the number 92 team has decided to stay out on a pit cycle. Did it just before with Brady Bohada, and it looks like right now, this time he is the one and only control car down on the inside groove. Last pit lap for most of these drivers will show you most everyone came in at the lap 31 stop. But for lap 25, only 2 drivers remain. That's, of course, Landon Norris and Jeffrey Johnson. Looks like Dalton Ledbetter, he finds himself 1 lap down here, getting his laps back, trying to get himself collected. He also refrained from going to pit road, but only because he's still trying to get himself back up with the leaders here. Nevertheless, Norris holds the fort and will be the leader for restart number 3. It's your third of the day here, 33 laps into 200. We'll restart at lap number 34. Once again, halfway point coming in at lap 100. Checkered flag falls for 200 tonight. The long haul continues here on FTN, and we're excited to get back going. Down on the bottom, Norris lies, Jeffrey Johnson up top. So your control cars have assembled once again. Only 2 drivers missing out in that last pit cycle, Jeffrey Johnson and Landon Norris on an 8-lap run of tire and fuel. With how many cautions we've had early to start this race, though, it looks like, admittedly, we're expecting the long green flag runs to come in, but 30-plus laps in, we have not gotten a run longer than 10 laps here. So instead of the traditional strategy of waiting single file, we've just seen the cautions bringing us back in again and again. Hopefully we can break out of this and get ourselves a longer run, but small issues have made themselves very apparent to kick off the night. 33 in out of 200, it's going to be a leader, Landon Norris with control. Everyone except for Dalton Ledbetter on the lead lap. Ledbetter gets 1 lap back in this exchange. He's now waiting for that next caution to give himself a chance up in front. 22 other drivers are on the lead lap. Going back to a damaged Logan Tackett. Tackett in the number 6 still having that front end trouble, and he finds himself right now running P22 on the order. Just getting back up to the field right now as we speak. We are about to go green flag racing for our 3rd restart of the night. Pace car dives in. Norris in control, and just behind him, it's going to be Jeffrey Johnson. Green flag flies, a little bit of a stack up on the inside, but everyone keeps it together. Now let's see what happens for Rhea and Kenny Real, the dominant 2 drivers, as they now have 2 drivers, both ahead of them. Up top, Jeffrey Johnson gets the wall and gets it big time. Landon Norris is not going to give away the race lead, at least by choice, but a 1-2-3 move is going to leave him nowhere else but the back end of the lead pack. Now it's Devin Rhea given the chance to race lead it. It's going to be Kenny Real second. Oswin Arth holds 4th as the 3rd place man. Back to the very same leaders that kicked this one off all those laps ago. It's once again the controlling 3, but now Peyton Lindsay gets up to 4th. That's the highest spot that Lindsay's running all night long. Logan Wilson back up to 5th. Logan having a strong qualifying run, 2nd place. Right now down 3 compared to his qualifying spot, but still inside of the top 5. So really no major concerns as to his position as we barrel down at 200 miles an hour. The speeds have been unbelievable, but every driver is focused on getting these laps through fast. Can't afford to waste any laps right now, but each and every one of these just sets us up for the second half of this race. The first 100 or even 150 laps are all part of the strategy of finding out everything you need to know about how to win at a track like Daytona. And usually you need to know a few things. You need to know how long the tires will last, how long the fuel can give you on a stint, but then from there you need to know the drivers. In every race at Daytona, no matter what race it is, the drivers will be different. Even if it's the same names behind the cockpit, the caution's out once again. And again, we see Daniel Park, Ogletree, and Bob Leclerc involved in this one. It's your 4th caution at lap 36, and there's more contact. Back of the field has gone 4 for 4 on these incidents so far tonight. Daniel Park, one of the very first ones involved. Here's a look from his end. And it looks like it was a big one to begin with, and then the contact ensued. Watch this as we go for a replay. Starts with some contact, Robert Missy involved, and again, Robert, one of those who certainly wanted to avoid it. We mentioned he one of the very first ones to go down to pit road. He'll have to do it again. Looking at the number 49 here, you have the 73 of Jeremy Crandall. Crandall was low. Missy tried to go there. Ogletree, who's already used his fast repair, gets swept up immediately. There's Ogletree right in the middle. Bob Leclerc, Daniel Park, all going around. It's a 5-car incident, including, of course, very beginning with Jeremy Crandall. 4 drivers hit the wall. Big damage to all of them. Devin Rhea leads the field for our 4th caution of the night, and unfortunately another quick one. Even though the field has gotten itself very calm up in front, again the problems ensue at the tail end where drivers are fighting for an opportunity. And perhaps that fight has gotten a little too vicious at the tail end of the field. Lap number 40 will restart again for our 4th run. Drivers, some of them went down to pit road. Josh Fox, one of which, as he finds himself down and in, racing off the pit road as we speak. You see Joe Madigan gets the advantage. He right now will run in 10th place as he gets back out. Looks like 9 drivers will decide not to go to pit road. Jeffrey Johnson, the last of which in the number 16. Big split here as another set of drivers decide instead down to pit road to try their hand at holding on longer. One lap to green, lap and a half more like it. A little bit more time until we go at it once again. Kenny Reel, Trevor Osmanart, Devin Rhea all holding control, and the entire field now back on the lead lap. Last place is now Logan Tackett, as it looks like Dalton Ledbetter gets back on the lead lap, and Tackett getting some additional damage repaired. He's been at it all throughout the night so far, just trying to get a little bit more of that damage mended each and every time. Looks like consecutively, things have gotten better, just not enough for him to be all too impressive on the racing circuit. Time will tell, of course, and he isn't all too concerned about making rash errors or decisions. Just has to make sure, come 100 laps, he's back up in front. One lap to green, bottom side goes Devin. Kenny Reel expected to head up top, and the same game will be played on the restart with team control holding fort. Trevor Osmanarth going to be on the bottom as well, and up top Peyton Lindsay. Lindsay's been up in the top 5 for the past 10 or 15 laps here, and it looks like now comfortable with holding it up front. The iRacing official pace car will head down and in for the 4th time tonight. No run has gone longer than 10 laps so far. Caution flags have been hampering the green flag runs, even though, of course, we have so much room on the circuit. Minor incidents have been bubbling. So far, no retirees. Everyone on the lead lap. Some fast repairs have been used. We'll see how much longer those second chances last for a driver. Last drivers getting on the lead lap, notably Jared Ogletree getting with the field, Bob Leclerc, and now Daniel Park. Everyone is together. Daniel has some major front-end damage, and it looks like, unfortunately for the number 7, he's just going to have to deal with it for this run. Still has that fast repair, but not a lot of time, of course, for him to catch up to the pack here. They're going through turns 3 and 4. He's coming through turns 1 and 2. Double file all over again. iRacing pace car are ready to get rolling. For lap number 40, it's restart number 4. Kenny Reels got it on the outside. Last time he took to the outer portion of the track, he was able to take the race lead. Let's see if that's how it goes once again. Daniel Park has no choice but to head down to pit road once more, and it looks like now Kenny Reel, lockstep on the outside, will have a chance to take the race lead as he's got the inside groove at his disposal. So now, Kenny Reels got it on the bottom. Up top is Peyton Lindsay, 40 laps in at 200. Devin Rios going to be right there with on the bottom, and that same grouping of teammates working together has control. But Peyton Lindsay this time around wants to do something different. Instead, he'll contend to try to get the race lead. Contact once again. Brady Bahada, how did he save that with Landon Norris? Both of them leaning on each other at 190 miles an hour. And they all come away unscathed. Peyton Lindsay at the line will lead his first lap of the night, only to be denied by Kenny Reel. Still can't take full control, and everyone else concedes. Peyton settles for 4th. How did Landon Norris and Brady Bahada survive that altercation? It looked like Bahada was turning into Landon Norris out of control. Surprisingly, still gets away. Unbelievable circumstance for both of them right there. Looks like both drivers are still inside the top 10, but Kenny Reel comes out winner of it all as he is leading, and he's got his top 3 exactly the way he drew it up. Single file, got a good team working here. Then you got Chris Ellis at the back end of a 7-car grouping. Cody Griffin up in front. He's got his team owner, Ross Dalton, further behind. So a good set of connections to work with one another for lap number 42. Lap 50, we're going to go for one of our first Crank It Ups of the day. We've got a wonderful set of cameras. We've got ourselves an amazing group of drivers, and this is Daytona, one of the fastest and loudest tracks on the schedule. So we're going to give all that attention to these cars uninterrupted at certain points throughout the race. Lap 50 will be one of which, right now, Chris Ellis gets things moving. He's got Brady Bahada and Josh Fox working with. Dalton Ledbetter, going to be the number 32. Looks like right now he's got himself just behind 17th. He was as low as 3 laps down and dead last before. No longer the case. He's looking good to stay with the pack. Looking further back up front, single file up at the top of the board. Looks like a second grouping getting ready to roll. That's going to include Cody Griffin, and it looks like Landon Norris is its leader. Will they try to shoot up top on Kenny Reel and company? Now we might see a big effort. Contact! Landon Norris goes around. He'll be spinning in front of the pack. It will be your 5th caution. Huge hit from Jeffrey Johnson. Johnson T-bones Landon Norris. Oh, that car is killed. He does some lawn mowing, but I think the motor has ruptured. Take a look at this. Up at the front of the field, and this doesn't do it justice. We'll pull back the tape just a little bit more. Ross Dalton was in the thick of it. He barely gets away. It starts with the number 92. All the way at the back of the field now, Landon Norris. And you can see there, Norris shot off by Cody Griffin. That will send another driver moving. Norris gets up in the wall. Logan Wilson is the man who shoots out of the inside but saves it on his own. Meanwhile, Norris comes down the track, and just when you think the wreck is over, T-bone. Jeffrey Johnson, the motor blows. Tries to save it, but watch what happens. Smoke billowing. Johnson, huge damage there. And a shout out to Ross Dalton, who made it through just barely in the number 50. You might have seen it there. We're going to play it back again just to give a better look. Ross right now is going to be in 8th place, but before he got up to that point, it was no doubt he had to make it through that wreck. And watch exactly how he did it here as we pull his tape back to the time of the wreck. Dalton at nearly full speed breaks away. Caution is out. 5th one of the night at lap 45 here of 200. Kenny Reel's still going to be a race leader coming off of pit road. He's got his 1, 2, 3 as assembled, and so the entire field looks to be back intact. James Steele in the chat room rooting for the Mike Steele crew. Right now, Mike is in 13th place. You'll see right there, 13th on the order, running back out on track. He'll be behind Landon Norris and Ross Dalton. James, thank you for stopping by. Looks like we got one fan of the chat room here who's got one big prediction. If you've got a prediction, once again, we're only about a quarter way through this race. Let us know who you think is going to come away with the victory here tonight. We'd love to know because we're only just getting started, and currently 45 laps in, Kenny Reel has control. Something to note, there is a 4-hour session time limit. So far, these 50 laps have taken us about 60 minutes or an hour to get through. So there is a slim, very slim chance we don't hit that marker and we take up too much time on track tonight. Hopefully, these cautions, they clear out and we have a better chance at getting a long green flag run in. That was our shortest of the night here, and this brings us to your 5th caution of the day. 5th restart is coming right up soon. One lap to green. Coming out of pit road right now, Logan Wilson. Wilson got real lucky in the way he swerved down to the inside of the track when hit in that last wreck. Took him all the way down to the apron and the wall, the safer barrier. That's what kept him going. Of course, he didn't hit it. Just because he had so much room, he got back in line. Kenny Reel and Devin Rhea still hold control here. So the strategies haven't changed all too much. Every pit stop is called for a yellow flag, and a yellow flag is called for a pit stop. So far, some drivers have gone for up to 5 stops so far. If we went fully green in this race, we would have most likely seen a 4-stop pit strategy. So very different from how we drew it up here. Really no expectations for as to how many pit stops we're going to see. The way things are going, we could see upwards of 10 pit stops tonight. That's no longer an unrealistic estimate, especially based on these first few laps. And another pit stop is coming up right about, of course, now. If, of course, we have a yellow flag. Every pit stop is called for it. A long green flag run could still go from 50 to 60 laps, depending on how long drivers save their stuff. Remains to be seen what's done next. Kenny Reel's got himself down low, and it's time for him and his entire team up front to keep control. Lap number 47, restart number 5, and the pattern continues. Green flag's out. Nice jump there at the front of the field, but some smoke in the back. Do we stay green? It looks like yes. 3 wide, though, between guys like Jordan Blair and the number 7, including Landon Norris. Nevertheless, Kenny Reel gets back in line up front, but Peyton Lindsay is challenging for the lead. Lindsay desperately wants to break through and stop this top three from holding control. He hasn't been able to do so, but if anyone has tried, it's been Peyton. No doubt the high group just needs a little bit more support for the chance. Still hasn't quite worked out. 76 of Joe Madigan, however, he's now right behind and wants to take that spot that Lindsay's occupied. Peyton has been driving right behind the top three whenever he concedes, but it looks like now Madigan's going to block him strongly, and so Peyton's going to have no choice but to fall further back. Jaden Del Toro up to 6th. Jeremy Crandall now there in 7th. Contact. Lindsay sent up the track by Ross Dalton. And these side swipes at 190 plus miles an hour are real dangerous. A lot of these drivers here used to the short track scene in real world, and that's where maybe some of the more aggressive racing derives from. But when you're swiping back and forth on the driver at this high a speed, sometimes more than double what you'd see at a local short track, the consequences are significantly different. You're going to see spinning around become that much easier. You're putting so much more force on a driver, even if you're making the same moves. Contact at 100 miles an hour is one thing, but at 200 miles an hour, the forces are exponentially increased. You can't expect to get away with the same stuff at a track like Five Flags in Pensacola, Florida, as you would in Daytona, here down by Daytona Beach. Side by side right now, Mike Steele and the number 99 of Peyton Lindsay. Coming up on lap 50 this time through, and Kenny Reel is the man who is still in control as he comes across for the quarter point. 50 laps in out of 200 here, and for the first time tonight, we're going to get loud and crank it up, courtesy of our friends at TrackCams22.com. TrackCams22.com provides high-quality sim racing performance products for, of course, cameras, broadcasts. Whether or not you're an enthusiast or a fan, they're the best place to go. So check them out at TrackCams22.com, and we'll return right after this. Let's get live and loud from the Daytona International Speedway. Here it is, the SOUTHTONA 500, and we're going to crank it up at lap 50. For the very first time here at Daytona, doing a crank it up with our brand new live noise meter at the bottom left of the screen. I'd like to thank our friend Alexander Balderas for putting that one together for us here, a friend of the channel. Right now, 54 laps in out of 100. Still, Kenny Real up and ahead. Passing that 25% marker is a big step, and right now we're 9 laps into a stint, hoping to go for what could be our longest. The top 10 goes as follows: Kenny Real, Devin Rhea, Trevor Oswinarth, Joseph Madigan, Jaden Del Toro, Jeremy Crandall, Ross Dalton, Dalton Ledbetter, Michael Steele, and Cody Griffin, the last of which in that number 4. Looks like right now Griffin is the final driver, but he might be passed quickly by Joshua Fox here. The number 17 drops to the bottom groove, and it's a bundle of 12 that lead the way up in front. A second pack is more the same as before. You see Bob Leclerc is leading in, Logan Wilson, Logan Tackett, Jordan Blair, Daniel Park, Landon Norris, and Brady Bachata is all the way back there too. Jared Ogletree is in the number 13, and right now Ogletree rides side by side. Jeffrey Johnson is the only driver off the lead lap currently, and he finds himself 2 laps down as it stands. Kenny Real still leads a mostly single-file bundle up in front. Not a lot has changed with respect to how the top drivers are racing one another, but at the same time here, it just depends on whether or not the back half of the field will comply. All 5 incidents have occurred outside of the top 10 today. It just comes down to what happens when these drivers go at each other, when they're real close, when they're side drafting. And the back half of the field has been a little bit more compliant in going that route of deciding not to be all too complacent, deciding instead make moves and go for them whenever possible. Top 5 drivers, especially those big top 3, have done exactly the opposite. Instead, they have been biding their time, and they've got a perfect grouping going on. It's the Jack Shack crew of Kenny Real, Devin Rhea, and Trevor Oswinarth. And then you have Ross Dalton Racing. It's a massive collection, including Cody Griffin. You've got the RDR stickers on Ross Dalton himself, and it looks like a few other drivers with some steel emblems, including Michael Steele, and further back, Jordan Blair, and Logan Tackett right now is all the way at the tail end, but Daniel Park right now working with the aforementioned Jordan Blair. "13 laps into this stint, it is now one of our longest on the day, just about our second longest. 25 laps, we haven't seen any run at that length so far, but we do have a real opportunity, of course, to make that happen. Again, 40 to 50 laps is the expectation for one long green flag run, and if that is to go the distance, we'll see a first green flag trip down to pit road. Something we've been waiting to see all night long. Still very likely we get at least one opportunity at it. Just hasn't happened yet. And when it does happen, of course, we are going to see these small groups stay the way they are. That's the big thing. With all the yellow flags we've had, 12 or 13 car bundles haven't lasted all too long. We've gotten those resets. We've seen 20, 25 drivers come together again. But these small groups of 2 or 3, they haven't lasted simply because the cautions have continued to bring the entire field back together no matter what's happened. And so that's helped out the drivers who have decided to play by a little more calm perspective, deciding not to go for those risky, aggressive maneuvers and just waiting for things to happen by themselves. Those yellow flags have helped out in keeping these fields all tightened up, but if we see a green flag pit cycle, it's very unlikely these drivers will get the same second chance after the fact. A little bit of wiggling back and forth there. Kenny Real! In the wall, everyone saves it. Unbelievable save at the top of the track, drifting through the tri-oval. Kenny Real is still in this one, and it's a wonder he's still in the top 10. 7th place and separated from his team, but he still has a chance to side draft to get back in front. What a save that was for Kenny Real. We're taking an immediate replay on that one. The number 11, without skipping a beat, keeps himself alive from leader to drifting through the tri-oval and nearly wrecking it. Watch this up top. Ross Dalton went for it. Devin Rhea, who's been partnering with it for oh so long, sees a maneuver and some contact from the high groove. Kenny Reel keeps it together, drifts once, twice, tags the wall, gets himself out of it, and keeps on going. Dalton Ledbetter got in the piece at the same time, and Dalton started that contact with Kenny and Devin. Kenny right now is 11th. He's faded out of the pack, but even still a very impressive save. Although right now he's outside of where he wants to be. He might have some front-end damage that could prove critical to whether or not he wins. And so with a big piece falling, the dynasty of Kenny Reel and his company has fallen indeed. Instead, Dalton Ledbetter's got the race lead. Peyton Lindsay heads up high in a 3-wide maneuver. He's going to take it up to the top of the track, bringing Devin with him. And now, all of a sudden, aggression has come to play at the front of the field. Peyton Lindsay makes the move, gets himself up to the top of the board, and for the first time tonight, we are seeing that multi-groove action to take the race lead. Very exciting to see a difference in the strategy calls tonight. Something that we haven't seen for the most part, but now Kenny Reel getting himself moved out the way means a little bit of a difficult circumstance for him to have any chance at getting back in front. Time has only just begun for this race, of course. We are 62 laps in out of 200, but it doesn't mean that there's no chance for him to recover. In the meantime, Devin still holds control up and ahead. He's got himself still at the top of the board. Trevor Oswinarth is now going to be 12th, though. Trevor now is with Kenny Reel and has decided to sacrifice himself to help out the team. Hopefully, it works out. But that remains to be seen. It's a big risk right now to wait on an opportunity to get back in front. Currently, however, it looks like these two have decided to hedge their bets on another yellow flag and a pit cycle to get them up to the points. What might happen here, based on what we've seen so far, is waiting for that pit cycle. Then, from there, going into pit road on the next cycle, which means not this coming cycle, if there is a yellow flag, but waiting for the second opportunity to get up to the front of the field, get track position, cycle up with the rest of the pack, and then head down and in. Oh, contact again. Ross Dalton going to turn around Joe Madigan. Yellow flag is out, and it looks like it's Dalton and Madigan, the 76. It's your 6th caution of the day. Joseph Madigan and Ross Dalton are involved in this one, and it looks like Madigan turned there by the number 50. Caution's out once more. Here's a look at why. That was a 20-lap run, mind you, on that stint, so it is our longest of the day. Contact from the 50, turned up the track, and both drivers hit the wall. The 76 hits it twice, in fact, and Dalton ricochets off. You can see there, Dalton with massive suspension damage. That could be a failure that puts him out for the night. Ross Dalton, bad news for a driver who already took his faster pair, and for Madigan, he'll have a chance to recover, but major damage as well. It looks like similar suspension woes. Madigan and Dalton involved. Ross Dalton facing significant problems. We'll see if he can recover, but the yellow flag is out all over again. 6th caution of the day. The way we've been averaging, we are expecting a total of, admittedly, about 20 cautions. If these rates continue, it's been about 1 caution for every 10 laps so far. It's been a tricky night, and now Peyton Lindsay holds the race lead. Lindsay brings the field into pit road, and with them, Devin Rhea and Cody Griffin come as one. Ross Dalton going to be in here for a long while, and it looks like he might be the first driver to fall off the lead lap for a long period of time. Jeffrey Johnson is 2 laps down, but he'll get himself a lap back on this cycle, and Kenny Reel does indeed opt to go in. Right now, Devin's going to come through. Peyton Lindsay will be second, but watch how Kenny Reel gets out of pit road 3rd overall. It looks like he's going to skip on the tires. So Devin is once again up on top. Kenny Reel is 3rd out of pit road, and Trevor Oswinarth gets back inside the top 5, 66 laps in. And it's a big recovery for both Trevor and, of course, Kenny Reel, who expected another yellow flag and decided to play their strategy by that belief. And that belief turned out to be reality. So, 6th yellow flag of the day. We will restart at lap number 68. Currently, it looks like Ross Dalton is 2 laps down on pit road. Bob Leclerc, Logan Wilson, and Jared Ogletree also getting damage repair. And Jeffrey Johnson officially now only 1 lap down. Devin will lead the field once again. Peyton Lindsay, who has been all throughout, admittedly the strongest opponent of the big 3, he's going to be on the outside. Double file once again. Cody Griffin, and side by side with them, Kenny Reel. Then you've got a few familiar faces. You got Landon Norris, Daniel Park holding on. You got the number 6 of Logan Tackett. Tackett had that front end damage. Looks like repaired enough now to be back in the front of the field. Tackett so far has indeed not taken his fast repair. He's decided to use those damage repairs to his advantage, and he still has an opportunity to keep on going, even with that second chance in his back pocket. It'll be our 6th restart of the night at lap number 68. So the averages have remained about the same, about a caution for every 10 laps to this point. Devin Rhea hoping to break out here with his teammates all on the inside groove again. This time, instead of controlling both lanes, which might have actually been more challenging, the 3 can pull away on a nice jump with the control car in mind. So communication is key here, and you're going to see teammates play the inside groove again. All the while, the number 99 here of Peyton Lindsay has to work with anyone and everyone for a chance to take the race lead. Ledbetter briefly looked like he'd have control for a new era, but it looks like that control has been taken back, and strongly, by those who have been here since the beginning. Your pole sitter lines up P3, and he's got his team 1st and 5th right around him. iRacing pace car dives deep again. It's time for our 6th restart of the night. Perfect jump all together for the drivers on the inside groove, and Peyton Lindsay, simply put, cannot match it. Drops in strongly, though, to get behind for 4th. And I think at that point, Peyton understood there's no way to beat him. You have to join him, at least for now. Devin Rhea, Kenny Reel, and Trevor Oswinarth are together up in front for a 1-2-3 single file formation. And Kenny Reel continuing that comeback from a massive save. Going down all the way to 11th place tonight. That's the lowest spot he's been in. Back up front where he's more used to. And hopefully that save doesn't have to be replicated there. I'm not sure if any other driver would have had the chance to pull it back together. Everyone gave just enough space for Kenny to shoot up to the top and use the outside all the way down the tri-oval, drifting past the start-finish. Barely getting away by the exit, just banging the wall once. Damage wasn't all too significant, so it looks like repairs have already been made, and the top three are the same as always. And it looks like now everyone is back single file. We saw that brief moment of competition going side by side, going at it again and again and again. That's changed. Instead, it looks like that's no longer in fashion, simply put. Devin's got Kenny, Kenny's got Trevor, and Trevor holds off the rest of the field. That's the way it was, and we'll see whether or not that's the way it'll always be. But for now, coming to lap number 70, still the same. Exiting lap 69 with a nice lead here, Devin Ria's got control. One driver bouncing out of pit road, that was Bob Leclerc. Ross Dalton is the first retiree of the day, but Bob Leclerc goes diving into the grass. Inexplicably, Leclerc decides to take it right through and mow the lawn on the inside of the racing circuit. Bob looks to be just fine here, getting out of the trouble of the leaders. But the number 42 keeps things moving. Not quite sure what's going on here, but it looks like the number 10 team is still in good shape, good enough to keep racing. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Johnson here is going to be a little bit further up in front. Checking up on Bob Leclerc, it looks like he just gets out of the way and keeps on going as if nothing happened. Devin's got the single file group up in front, leading from P1 all the way down to P10 here. Daniel Park, the last driver involved. He's got Landon Norris just ahead, and then there's about a 3.5 second breakaway. Joseph Madigan leading Michael Steele, Jordan Blair, and Joshua Fox, with Logan Wilson and Jeremy Crandall. As we saw for almost every other run, the breakaways have happened once again, and gone is the multi-groove racing. Again, we see single file packs. And even though these drivers have been mostly single file for most of the night, it doesn't seem like this has avoided all the wrecks, and instead, wrecks have happened regardless of what formation the drivers have taken and regardless of how aggressive most of them have been. So really, even though you see these drivers right now performing in this patient line, it doesn't mean that wrecks aren't bound to happen. It just seems that right now saving fuel is the big priority. Again, not only is there the benefit of not causing as many incidents when you're lined up single file, it also comes into play how long you can go on one pit cycle. If you keep yourself in the draft, and especially in the middle of a draft like this, you're using significantly less fuel than the driver who is leading this group. Right now, Devin has to go at about full throttle for a chance to really keep himself at pace with the drivers behind him who can let off the gas and stay at the same speed. With all the air being pushed back, these drivers have a hole they can cut right through. And as we ride on board with Cody Griffin, he's not on the gas the whole time, even though he's going about as quick, if not quicker, than line leader in Devin. Take a listen. And very noticeably there, Cody Griffin backing off the gas pedal. He doesn't have to put all that power in to stay at the same speed. He can build up some speed and then back himself off. And the less of that power you put in, the less fuel you use, and that pattern continues all night long. So letting off for just a few seconds a lap adds up to several laps here. That 50-lap run we are expecting to see, if we can just hang on for a full green try, well, many laps being saved under that drafting formula could be the difference between who comes out as the leader and who ends up far out of the pack. Devin holds himself there, 74 laps in. Kenny Reel is still P2. Trevor Oswinarth is still there in third. And those constants have not shifted in the slightest here. The field has had to deal with it all night long, and honestly, I would be very surprised if they weren't letting it happen. These three drivers have effectively volunteered to control strategy and burn up their own resources. Right now, Devin in particular, who has led the most laps of anyone on the night, has controlled this race not only when it comes to what's happening so far up in the front of the field, but he also controls what happens down on pit road when you go down to the bottom of the track and you have to get those stops. Right now, Devin is sacrificing a few laps of fuel for total team control, and that's something that could prove to be a major play. It could be the race winning play. The way things have looked so far, they might be the race winning favorites. But even if you're playing out a strategy for 199 laps, never is there a guarantee at Daytona that that plan will prove successful. Honestly, very likely that things go the wrong direction, even if they look very good halfway into a race. Hayden Del Toro, still the final driver here running in this grouping. You can see he's in 7th, and it's become a very small group up in front indeed. Tackett and Daniel Park have backed off and decided to go on their own. Right now, it's going to be Logan in 8th and Daniel Park in 9th, and they might be falling backwards into the clutches of a driver like the number 3 in Michael Steele. Steele and Jordan Blair right now run 10th and 11th, and currently it looks like they've got themselves good company. It's about 5 drivers in this bundle, and if they acquire Tackett and Park, it could be as high as 7. So we'd see a 7-car grouping, and then another 7-car grouping from 1st to 7th and 8th down to 14th, if, of course, everyone can keep it together. That remains to be seen. We are 11 laps into this run so far. It's already one of our longer stints, but the expectation still remains for the field to go the distance for at least one 50-lap adventure. We saw only one full-fledged green flag cycle in the SOUTHTONA 300, and that was the first 40 laps. Ever since that point, we haven't gotten one full green flag run in any of the Speed Weeks racing to this point. Although we have gotten close, now's the chance to go that much further. Looking at the back of the field right now with Jeremy Crandall and Brady Bohata, Robert Missy and Jared Ogletree, all drivers who are still trying to hold themselves together at the tail end. The back of the field right now still has a very real opportunity to make big moments out of this race and make big moves, but they're waiting right now for these first laps, of course. Just get things settled in. First 100, get yourself locked in. The rest of the way, go the distance. Robert Missy going to let Brady Bohata go by right there, and it looks like now Robert falls back to 18th. Last driver on the lead lap again is Jared Ogletree, and currently in the 19th spot, he is 24 seconds back. Robert Missy is going to be ahead and almost a full lap behind the leaders. The number 13 of Ogletree lies, and it looks like he's very close to being the first driver all night long to be lapped on pace. Kenny Reel and company come through on the bottom, and now we're looking at our first chance to see lapping in action. This caused a few problems during the 300, so you don't want to see this become all too much of a spectacle. We'll see how Kenny Reel handles it as he heads down to the bottom. Pretty simple. Ogletree stays high. He will go one lap down, and it looks like maybe he's got a shot to attempt getting into the bottom of this grouping. He'll head down low, but the speed difference is major. 180 miles an hour compared to 195, and he's already about a second back. Not quite sure if he can pull himself in, and try as he may, there's really almost impossibility of this happening. Ogletree can't quite get the draft, and 20 miles an hour faster down the back straightaway, Kenny Reel leads a group of 7 going 200 miles an hour. Speaking of the SOUTHTONA 300, as we come across the line now, only 120 laps remain in this event, meaning that we now have only 300 miles to go, and we've made it the distance of 200 at this stripe. Now that we passed it, Kenny Reel has a chance to keep on going and lead the rest of the distance. You might have noticed that the leader has also changed. Kevin is now going to find himself up in front. Kenny Reel up and ahead of Devin Rhea here. So Devin backing off, and this is for the sake of his run. If he wants to save his equipment and go a few extra laps, he can't lead every lap up in front. So Kenny Reel is given a shot. He's got the opportunity to take it from his teammate and now go the rest of the stint, or swap it back and forth. As long as these drivers don't spend the entire stint up and ahead, they should be able to stay right with the drivers around him in terms of fuel strategy. Trevor's been the man playing it safe, of course. He's been the back end of this three-car entirety of the run, so he knows what it's like to stay there and bide his time. But at the same time, of course, it doesn't look like right now there's much else that can be done. Just wait and see when we get to that green flag run's conclusion. 16 laps in out of what could be up to 50 laps on the stint. And right now, the SOUTHTONA 500 continues in the hands of Kenny Reel. FTN Racing in the chat room rooting for Peyton Lindsay in the number 99. Peyton right now running P4, just outside the top 3 for the entirety of the day, and so far it looks like Peyton has kept himself as the solo driver. The underdog currently, perhaps of all of them, Peyton Lindsay has been fighting hard to try and get it up to the top 10. Hasn't happened yet, but it looks like to this point, Peyton is still up in the leading group. So, if you got any, of course, additional shout-outs, comments, picks to win, let us know tonight because we've only just begun. Top 5 goes as follows, mind you. Kenny Reel, Devin Rhea, you got Trevor Oswinarth, and Payson Lindsay. Then you got Dalton Ledbetter right there, P5. Cody Griffin is going to be, of course, number 6 on the order, and Jaden Del Toro, the last in the opening group. Michael Steele is now the leader of pack number 2, by the way. And he finds himself there with Jordan Blair and the last man of the top 10, Joshua Fox here. This second grouping is far, far from what's going on up and ahead, really not concerned with what's going on further up, but instead waiting to get to at least the halfway marker. Now 50% talks are very real. 84 laps in out of 200, 100 laps, that's all the distance you have to go to get up to the 50% point. And even though we've had a few cautions in between, we've had a total of 6 so far, these last few laps have come and gone rather quickly. Quick enough anyway for the drivers to make something happen for this next stint. 19 laps on this stint. If we go 1 lap more, this will be officially the longest of the day. Kenny, Devin, Trevor. 1, 2, 3. All together again. Looking a little bit further back to some battles, Daniel Park there with Logan Wilson and Joseph Madigan. A few of these drivers have already used their faster pairs, notably Daniel Park has, and a little bit further behind right there, yes, Landon Norris has as well. But of the drivers at the back of the field, from dead last in 23rd in Ross Dalton to the driver who's now running in 17th, Robert Missy, all of them have used faster pairs. Missy, Bohada, Ogletree, Johnson, Ellis, and Bob Leclerc, and coincidentally enough, they're all running 17th to 22nd. They're the final drivers on the field as a whole. Jaden Del Toro now going to be alone in 15th, making a mistake, and it looks like now very far back on where he would like to be, not even with group number 2. A few drivers at the front of the field, they have used their faster pairs. Right now, looks like number 32, Dalton Ledbetter, is the highest driver in position who's already taken that second chance. Same goes for Michael Steele. Same goes a little bit further back again for Daniel Park. But for the most part, the front of the field has gotten away much better. The back of the field, and especially those final 7 drivers, have all taken chances and now can't afford to take any additional risks. Devin Rhea looks low, maybe a signal right now to see a swap for the race lead. Trevor Oswinarth has still not led 1 lap on the day, and while he's gotten close, he hasn't made it officially happen. Kenny Reel's going to break him out a little bit further, but the top 3 stay undeniable, and so far, lap for lap, they've been practically undefeated. Up top, 2 more lappers. You're going to see Chris Ellis moving up there, and so is Brady Bohada. Brady getting in the wall ever so slightly, but nothing all too serious. Chris Ellis, more the same. How about we ride on board right now with your race leader, Kenny Reel, and this time around, take a look from the back end. Kenny leading lap number 88. He's led the second most on the night. And for the position that Kenny Reel's in, usually when you got a driver right behind you on your bumper, it's high stakes and it's real unnerving. But for Kenny Reel, it's been quite the opposite. He's found himself in the position where he can be confident in the drivers who are working on his tail end and really doesn't have to concern himself all too much about what's going on behind him. Instead, focused on what's in front. And that is one of the most refreshing, calming feelings a driver can have. When you're going at such a high speed, it's very hard to look back and understand what's going on. You might see a whole lot of drivers behind you, but you don't quite understand what you're seeing. So as a result, someone like Kenny Reel right now, having that support on his back end, knowing what to expect, it's a major deal. Right now, looks like another fan in the chat room got another group for the Michael Steele number 3 team. Thank you for stopping by. Let's go, Michael Steele. So far, it looks like he is the fan favorite, and he's running currently in 7th. Looks like right now it's Steele having that fan favorite status. We'll see what he can do with it. He's leading pack number 2, and he's catching up to more drivers. Up next for him would be another bundle, and he's just gotten by. Currently, Landon Norris and Dalton Ledbetter drop into the back, and it's only 5 drivers up in front. The few that have survived. Of course, you see Rhea, and Oswinarth with Payson Lindsay and Cody Griffin rounding out the top 5 there. Kenny coming to lap number 91, uncontested as the number 17 gets off a pit road. That is Joshua Fox coming for his first green flag pit stop of the night. Again, 25 laps into the stint is rather early for a pit stop under green. We can expect to see some drivers maybe come in about lap 40 for a very early stop, but anything before that point would be rather unrealistic. Lap 50 is the expected average. That is still something to be determined. Drivers have to hang on a little bit longer than what we've seen so far. More than halfway through the stint now, but we still have a journey to go. 91 laps in out of 200 becomes 92 here. Joseph Madigan now running in the middle of this bundle. Single file driving. So now this is when it becomes that point of biding time all over again. We've gotten a few attempts at going for a single file run before, but none of them have been as successful as what we've seen so far. And for the first time in this race, I think you can say with confidence that, nothing is happening on the track. Very little has happened in the last few laps, of course. And the interesting part is what's it going to take for these drivers to get things going again? Perhaps a shuffle with a lapper. You see right there, Brady going to go all the way down and in. And he's got a few drivers he's working with. Jeffrey Johnson and, of course, the number 17, a lapper in Joshua Fox. So a lap pack is going to catch up to the leaders. This is going to get dicey here if they don't move out of the way. 3 wide with lappers, but we do get through. Michael Steele is going to command the field up and out of the way. Johnson still side by side with Bohada there, and Brady going to be passed for 17th. And that could have been risky. Again, they were side by side beforehand, but Johnson does get away. Meanwhile, Brady Bohada now going to find himself much further back. Well, that makes a difference. Bohada now out of the realm of competition with those leading guys. And again, single file grouping will survive there. Michael Steele leading them nicely, biding his time. Logan Tackett also up to 7th, and the valiant effort continues for a driver who has been fighting with damage all race week long. Started, of course, with the Xfinity cars and having to make the final 50-plus laps of that race work without any breaks, knowing that what could have happened, of course, could have ended his race. He had so many yellow flags in succession, he would come down to pit road, take a minute of damage, get back on the track, and do it again and again and again until he finally got back on the lead lap. It was an amazing effort for Tackett to even get back on the lead lap, let alone race competitively to finish the SOUTHTONA 300. But now in the 500, he's raced a lot better, even though he's dealt with very similar front-end damage. He's gotten it all cleared out of the way by himself, and now just looks to finish the job in one piece. Coming away clean in a race like this is often easier said than done. And the caution is out once again. It's at the front of the field. It looks like Payson Lindsay might have caught a piece. Yellow flag is out. Caution flies for the 7th time today, just before halfway, and smoke billows right alongside the leaders. Here's a look at why. Saw side by side here with Cody Griffin, Payson Lindsay, and the replay will tell the tale. Kenny Reel wiggles up into Lindsay, and then Lindsay goes spinning. Very little damage and a save, but the caution comes out regardless for safety. Kenny Reel does a good job in keeping that number 11 in large part straight, even though they made contact, and the yellow flag is out, 7th time at lap number 96. Tire field comes together again, and it's going to be Cody Griffin here, that number 3, getting a chance as your overall top driver. "96 laps in out of 200. We have gone the distance almost of a half race here in Daytona. 250 miles. We come up on at lap 100, and so passing halfway with our next restarts. Most of this race, in that case, is come and gone, which means now drivers really have to think about what it means to come home successfully for the rest of it. 50% of the distance has come and went. Drivers take it down to pit road once again. Going to be led this time by, of course, by Cody Griffin. Griffin backs it down, takes it in, and he's going to be leading the field. With them, Devin Rhea, Kenny Reel, and Trevor Aswinarth, who all get away from that last incident. Looks like regardless of the troubles, they'll come through scot-free. Four tires and fuel for all. One driver missing a stall big. That's Bob Leclerc in the back of the field. But Kenny Reel, Devin Rhea, and Trevor Aswinarth all get through pit road. But who got through first in that scenario? Devin, and then Cody Griffin. He's going to bring with them a lapper, and that's the number 73 of Jeremy Crandall, who got it tight with Kenny Reel off the line. Either way, Kenny Reel third off pit road. So a minor change of hand when it comes down to this next run. Kenny Reel beat by Cody Griffin off pit road, but still it means that Devin and Cody, they're going to be on opposite rows. Meanwhile, Devin and Kenny will have a chance to push each other. Trevor Aswinarth will now be right with Cody Griffin. Either way, they're going to control first, third, fourth. And that's the way they roll. Green flag will fly for lap number 99 when we go green again. Halfway down, halfway to go here in Daytona, and one of the longest races for many of these drivers in their sim racing careers. Well, so far, it's been an exciting one. The longest race in SERL history continues on. You're watching the SOUTHTONA 500 live on FTN. Cody Griffin stays out, but the number 73, of course, going to back it down and in. That is, of course, Jeremy Crandall. One lap down, getting some extra service. iRacing pace car gives the official signal. Pace lights are off. One lap to green. Devin and Kenny are going to have the best task of all in terms of their teamwork tonight. For the first 100 laps, that trio has led 80% of the distance at the very minimum. That goes to show, of course, how well they've kept things tightened up. Not a hard task, of course, to keep the race lead in terms of a top 5 vicinity, but to be flag to flag practically with P1, that's a completely different challenge. And so far, what we've seen out of those top 3 in terms of Devin, Kenny, and Trevor, the likes of which I'm sure we didn't expect. We didn't see it in the 300, but the game has been changed big time so far by all those who have been up in front. Payson Lindsay, try as he may, has not succeeded so far, and will have to come this time around from 14th to have that second chance. Payson back there, E14 on the order. The green flag will fly, and Daytona will come alive again. The first half of this race has been a real exciting one. At lap 100, we're going to crank it up for our halftime Get Loud performance from all drivers still on the track. Brought to you again by TrackCams22.com. It's time now for the field to get back at it. For lap number 99 and restart number 7, Devin Rhea has control, and Kenny Reel follows right through. Trevor Oswinarz will get himself into 4th, not able to immediately jump up to P3, but he'll take the next best thing. And it looks like right now, the backstretch will see the team try to make something happen together again. Joseph Madigan somehow gets himself in the middle, and he does so based on a very good inside line restart jump. We've already gone single file up in front, so it looks like the game plan has really not changed at all. The sun beginning to set here in Daytona. We might see some changing weather for the rest of the day. Coming again to lap number 100, it's about time that we crank it up for halfway. 100 laps down, 100 laps left. You're watching the SOUTHTONA 500, and courtesy of TrackCams22.com, we're about to crank it up. Visit TrackCams22.com to learn more about iRacing's best camera package for all broadcasters and users of the platform alike. Now, without further ado, with 50% out the way, let's get live and loud, uninterrupted with the sounds of stock cars barreling down the world's center of racing. 96 laps remaining. Kenny Reel up in front, and right now he's still got the support of his teammates. 1, 2, 3. But Joseph Madigan's trying to do the impossible here, and he just did, taking the lead from Kenny Reel. And now, down to the inside, Madigan gets hold of the bottom groove. Only to go back up top, but Madigan will lead this lap, and all of a sudden the teammates might get shuffled out of the late race lead here. It looks like that line might no longer be theirs. Of course, that depends on what happens here for Madigan and if Payson Lindsay can get further up front. 100 plus laps spent practically uncontested at the top of the board, but now that we're starting to see that contest quite literally come into form, we're going to see a little bit of a different attitude for the drivers out on track here who know, well, they've waited this long. There's not a lot of time to wait from this point forward. So now Payson Lindsay gets in front. So does Logan Wilson. And it looks like Devin Rea decides to go up to the top side and try something different. The team that has been holding for the dynasty up in front has changed up. Now they'll decide to take it to the outside, and they're together again. Payson Lindsay and Logan Wilson certainly seem to have each other's backs here, though. The outside groove is now only 3 drivers, and instead of having control, it looks like they might actually be slipping back. Nobody deciding right now to help the pole sitter in Kenny Reel, nor his teammates. Instead, Lindsay going to go for a nasty block and get them all shoved up. Lindsay with a risk, and he will take it and then some. It looks like he gets lucky this time by. That could have been a big incident on all fronts there. Kenny Reel shoving hard and not going to let off for a driver trying to block his groove. No doubt here you're starting to see the territorial style of racing where every spot matters even more. 94 laps to go, mind you. Still more than 200 miles left to get this one done. But we're starting to see the difference between biding time, waiting it out, and instead going for more risky plays. Heading down and in, Devin Rea goes again. He's got Kenny Reel and Trevor Osquinarth are still going to be together. Trying to go for a swerve. Back up to the top side of the track. High side moving. Here comes the 11. And it looks like, again, the trio is up in front. Payson Lindsay, big mistake on the bottom. Tried to make it stick, got down to the apron, hit it ever so slightly, and fails to keep things moving. Now blocked 1, 2, 3 times, and Kenny Reel is back in control. Reel gets things going, and now he's got his party right behind him. Osquinarth and Devin Rea all together again. 1, 2, 3 with 92 laps to go, and notably this time around, Trevor has taken himself up to a position high of second. Hasn't been in the P2 spot all night long, and it looks like right now Daniel Park with some significant front end damage. Talk about a tricky spot. He's in a real bad position here with that front end damage getting hindered. We'll see whether or not that damage turns out to be a massive hindrance, but he's fallen back all the way to the tail end of this lead bunch. Got about 13 drivers together here. And currently, it appears that he's got himself just at the tail end. Not going to fall back further, but definitely doesn't have the stuff to lead it. Kenny Reel now, single file further on back, and once again, back to this position of confidence. Hasn't taken him all too long to return. From lap 100 to 110, it was a battle. It was a struggle for power, that's for certain, but it didn't seem it would last to a permanent struggle. And the same drivers who have controlled this race from beginning to halfway are back on top to open up the second half. With 90 laps remaining, strategy still looks like it's going to fall in the favor of the long green flag run eventually here. If we go the distance under green, which is unlikely but still possible, we could see drivers go for only one more pit stop. what's very likely right now is we see 2 or 3 more pit stops, and this will be one of them. Kenny Reel deciding to head down and in on his own volition with nobody else. He misses pit road. Kenny Reel misses pit road, out of control, and an unexpected stop brings an unexpected penalty to a race-winning favorite and pole sitter. And he darted down to pit road with enough confidence to think maybe he knew what he was doing there. But Kenny Reel in a real bad position now as he takes a penalty and dives out of line. Again, watch on board as he came to a fast stop trying to make it in. Unexpected, and Kenny Reel now going to have to face a penalty and head 1 lap down. He'll need at least a caution to get back into it. New race leader for the first time tonight, Trevor Oswinarth. He's been in the podium for more than 100 laps, and yet for the first time in all 113, he's the man up in front. 89's got himself in control, and now he's only got one other teammate to work with. Devin Reyes still going to stay right up there, but Kenny Reel has been on pit road now for the better part of a minute and a half. He will go 2 laps down. Heading down and in so unexpectedly, Kenny really compromising those race-winning chances. And as he went down to pit road, it looks like he's still getting service and taking that, of course, penalty. All alone and stalled on pit road. Can't see him in the frame right there. Whenever we, of course, see him get out, we'll know. He will, however, have no support there, so with 87 laps to go, even 2 or 3 laps is a real big hole to dig yourself out of, considering more and more we have seen those longer green flag runs. And for Kenny Reel, now as he looks to go 3 laps down, this could be the death sentence to what has been an amazing run. He now has 2 other drivers the team's going to have to rely on who still remain at the top of the board here. 86 laps to go in the SOUTHTONA 500, and compared to the first 100 plus that we've gone through, the rest of this race is practically a sprint. If it stays under green, we might see wrapping up before 6 p.m., but there's still a lot of time on the table. Caution is out, though, and it looks like it's going to come out at the back of this leading group. A little bit of an issue, and Jeremy Crandall, the number 73, pops the hood. Kenny Reel still on pit road. Just an update, this one involving Crandall and potentially Jeffrey Johnson here. Johnson to Crandall's back end, making some contact, coming through the tri-oval, and hooked up the track violently. Johnson and Crandall getting one another, and it's a huge hit for them both. Crandall stalls out, and it looks like he comes down to pit road out of control and had to tow it in. Only 2 retirees so far, Chris Ellis and currently Ross Dalton. Jeffrey Johnson with a nasty hit there, and he has to head down to pit road. $116 laps out of 200 so far. Past the halfway point, it's your 8th caution of the night. Another 20-lap stint brought to an end by an incident of the back half of the pack. Right now, slowly but surely, perhaps piling those retirees. Currently, Kenny Reel is 4 laps down, and we're not quite sure what happened there for the number 11. He backed it down inexplicably, and even a penalty wouldn't take him this long. He has just been there ever since. Dropped out of line from the lead, got down and in, and hopefully he can get back in sometime soon, but any longer, and it looks like his night might be over. Nevertheless, teammate Trevor Oswinarth is now going to find himself down to pit road, and he's right there with Devin Rea and, of course, Logan Wilson. The race off pit road will begin now. 4 tires and fuel, and the winner, clearly going to be Trevor. Logan Wilson going to be 4th, following Payson Lindsay, Devin Rea, and Trevor Oswinarth. Jaden Del Toro, Dalton Ledbetter, Jordan Blair, Logan Tackett and company also get out. And it looks like right now, Trevor is getting his first chance as the leader. He's been preparing for more than 250 miles, and at long last, he's got the job. Before we go green, we'd like to bring to you a few messages from our partners and associates live on FTN who have supported all of our action, the broadcast, and the coverage throughout the years. We're going to go for some non-stop coverage, so you won't miss a thing. Check the right side of your screen. You'll see the drivers under yellow, and from the left, a few messages from our sponsors. Thank you for tuning in live on FTN. You're watching the SOUTHTONA 500. We are going FTN non-stop, and we'll be back after this.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
Coming back to the green flag with 82 laps remaining. You're watching the SOUTHTONA 500 in its first ever running, and we've gone more than half the distance. Now the checkered flag might be the next thing drivers have their sights set on, but not so fast. There's quite a long way from here to victory lane. Trevor Oswinarth and Devin Rea have seen recently their teammate Kenny Reel fall off the circuit. In an abrupt move to pit road, we're not quite sure why, Kenny dropped in. Very likely the reason is outside the sim more than anything else. He's been there for 6 laps now and been counting up. Still, 2 teammates working together in front, looking to keep that top talent alive for a chance in victory lane. Fred Jones in the iRacing pace car sedan moved down again, and Kenny Reel unfortunately going to have to leave tonight's event from the race lead as he confirms in chat. Nevertheless, his teammates have control on the outside and are looking to get the job done as we go for our 8th restarts. Contact for Devin, and it looks like he comes up the track. Payson Lindsay saves it as well. Amazing save from top to bottom for Payson Lindsay and Devin Rea. They'll have to work together begrudgingly as teammate Trevor Oswinarth gets away. Shove back and forth. No give and no take. Now they'll all have to line up together and work it as we're going through turns 3 and 4. Devin made the first bobble, and he found himself below the apron, shot back up into Payson, and both drivers did an exceptional job in working through that without losing position. Payson is in second, and Devin is in third, even though they went for major slides. Talk about an exceptional job, and now it looks like Trevor has some more support, although this time around it might be a little less comfortable. It's not a teammate, it's a competitor straight up. It's the number 99, and that, of course, is Payson Lindsay. Taking a look from a wider angle here, you'll see most of the field is, again, single file from the front on back. That's been the trend tonight, and it looks like it's going to continue. It's not too much a surprise, more so anyway. It looks like right now we're just going to stick to the basics. We expected that the first 150 laps or so really don't impact who's going to win. I would be surprised if Trevor or Devin or Payson was the winner outright tonight. I wouldn't say that the first 100 laps have much of an implication on what we've seen in the future. Really what's going to happen is the last few laps, last 10, 15, however long we go into the green-white checkers and however long it takes to get those laps done, those are the laps that make the difference. What's happening right now, it definitely matters, of course, but at the same time, you have to consider the fact that we got another incident. It's going to be Jaden Del Toro up the wall, Jordan Blair, contact, Madigan, caution, it's our 9th of the night. Yellow flags out. Jaden Del Toro involved in his second caution of the day. Take a look back at this. What was single file riding turned quickly into a disaster. Down low, contact from Ledbetter. Toro tried to save it, come in, only to lose it again and hit Madigan and Michael Steele. 3 cars getting in the wall. Cautions out, Jordan Blair with some big front end damage. Del Toro finding himself involved up at the front of the field. Caution is out with 79 laps remaining. Trevor Oswinarth is the race leader. Payson Lindsay second. Devin Rea is in third. Although right now Trevor's going to find himself without one of his teammates, he's still up at the top of the board. Devin Rea, more of the same. These two drivers have held on rather well, despite the fact, of course, Kenny's not with us for the rest of this race. Unfortunately, it looks like it will be an official retiree, although he's on pit road. Of course, hasn't disconnected from the session. He looks to be, in effect, down and out. Jeffrey Johnson also retires. He disconnected from the session about 9 laps ago, so 19 drivers remain on the circuit here. 79 laps to go to settle in amongst themselves. On pit road, Payson Lindsay gets out first. Next, going to be immediately after Trevor Oswinarth and then Devin Rea, followed quickly by Joshua Fox, Logan Wilson, Michael Steele, and Daniel Park. Tackett and Ledbetter conclude the top 10 after that incident. It is your 8th yellow flag of the day. Landon Norris for the 3rd time in this race. He did it twice in the first half and has done it again. He's at the front of the field deciding not to go down and in. He went down last at lap 117, and so the difference is really not major at all. It's only about 7 laps between he and the rest of the pack. He is going to decide to keep himself out there and get himself a little bit more time up front rather than going down and worrying about tires and fuel when we've had so many cautions and currently haven't had any green flag pit stop cycles. Betting on the trend to continue, he will remain up in the front as our race leader here. Norris is the only driver to go for that effect. He's going to keep himself out and alone. Then you got Payson Lindsay, Trevin Oswinarth, and Devin Rea. Then you got Joshua Fox, Logan Wilson, Michael Steele, and Daniel Park. The way they run so far, it's been as consistent as they come. 78 laps to go. Restart at lap 125. Two drivers, lappers, decide to head down and in. Notably, you see Brady Bohata coming in, and he will come in with Jeremy Crandall. Up and in front, Landon Norris. He's got the race lead, and it's about time that he'll take the field through for another shot at the green flag. With 76 laps to go, the tail end of the race is approaching very quickly here. Here's how it comes down. As it was a few laps prior, if we go the rest of the way on 77 laps, we would only have one pit stop necessary in between, no matter how a driver comes in. If they come in fully loaded on fuel or not, they would still have to come down to pit road at least once. And by which point, that would be all they need to get to the rest of the way without another caution. If we have another pit stop cycle before lap 150, another pit stop will be effectively necessary. If we have another caution after lap 150, another pit stop will not be necessary if drivers come down and in that time by. That now is the difference. Everyone understands their places. They just have to fill the roles. Daytona becomes ever cloudier as the night has progressed, the sun fading out of view, and currently the weather, it's pretty similar when we got things started. Track temperatures coming in currently at 85 degrees Fahrenheit, which was much like the original ambient temperature of 84. However, temps have dipped overall to 81 degrees Fahrenheit for the fans in the grandstands. Winds are northbound at 6 miles an hour, and the relative humidity drops low to 23%. Pace car lets him go, and it's about time that Landon Norris brings the field back to green. It's his second time controlling the field. Landon gets away nicely. Trevor Oswinarth and Devin Rio work up on the top side, doing more of what they've done all night long. Top two drivers, ever familiar, those two teammates have worked together in an excellent fashion all night long. But now you're starting to see more double file. Nobody backs down to go for that single file method, at least just yet. That might have some consequences. Landon Norris and a big wreck at the back of the field. From front to back, in fact, Cody Griffin, Dalton Ledbetter, Jordan Blair, and the big one in Daytona. And quickly, we learn the lesson again. Aggression won't get you anywhere. With 75 laps to go, the big one hits at long last. Take a look. Now this one, we're going to have to take an overhead angle because of how grand this wreck turned out to be. Daniel Park was with Logan, and it looked like the number 66 might have gotten an righteous shove, shall we say, incorrect anyway. Gets up to Landon Norris, and this is where it begins. Daniel Park back into Logan Wilson. Hits Dalton Ledbetter. Hits Joseph Madigan. Hits Jaden Del Toro, and comes up the track and gets Logan Hackett, and then gets Jordan Blair. Cody Griffin slides up the circuit, and in his drift up, he'll take the number 49 of Robert Missy. And the number 73 of Jeremy Crandall also gets involved. Brady Bohata barely misses it. Bob Leclerc, not as lucky. That one is half the field, no doubt, and Dalton Ledbetter has a blown motor from it. Yellow flag is out, and I think now Ledbetter, he's gotten himself to pit road. Daniel Park, meanwhile, either the motor's gone or he's really limping. And we're not hearing any signs of life looking above the motor. He's gone. Park has no engine left. Unless he gets lucky here with someone who'd like to help him, he's going to have to coast a good 3/4 mile distance to get back to pit road. And a horrible scene for a driver caught up at the wrong time. Trevor Oswinarth, Devin Rhea, and Payson Lindsay, the only no doubt escapees of that wreck. Pretty much exactly who we expected. CJ Fastfoot in the chat rooting for Payson tonight, and the Lindsay crew is up inside the podium as they've been practically all night long with the top 5. With Kenny Reel unfortunately backing out, it looks like now it's going to be Payson Lindsay filling that role. Daniel Park with absolutely nothing. He's got no motor. He's been clutching and coasting. Looks like he will make it. He's made it down to his pit row. Now he's just got to make it to the stall. Just like that, Park gets through. Had to crawl that one in from 45 miles an hour. Nevertheless, he's made it, and it looks like right now nobody decides to come down a pit road, save for those involved in the incident, which admittedly is quite a lot. Michael Steele is the winner off the pit road there. Then you got Joshua Fox, and further on back, guys like Jordan Blair, Cody Griffin, Logan Tackett. So many more have taken their fast repairs now. You've got, of course, Jaden Del Toro. Further back, you got Bob Leclerc. Not to mention, right with them there, you've got that number 17 of Joshua Fox. He hasn't taken it yet, but definitely there. Got the number 15, Brady Bohada, who has. Then you look at Jordan Blair. He's already gone through it beforehand. Not to mention, look a few spots behind him. And you got another driver. That's going to be the number 13, Jared Ogletree. And then, of course, you got the back of the field who all in succession have taken it. Every driver still in the race, 14th on down, has either taken their fast repair or they're out. Now that leaves the rest of the field. So practically half of this field has taken that last chance. We've had quite a few incidents so far. This is your 10th caution, mind you. Field heads back green at lap 130 with 70 laps remaining. With the frequency of caution staying as it has, it looks like drivers again had to head down to pit road, some of which have already gone for about 8 or 9 pit road trips. An unbelievable amount considering we've only had 200 laps scheduled, and usually 10 stops for 200 laps is almost unbelievable. Again, 9 sets of tire available. Most drivers have probably not gone through even half of that, and yet so many have gone down to pit road more than 5, 6, 7 times to this point. Cautions have proven inevitable, but the racing has gone on even still. We'll head back at it this time by with 71 laps remaining. You're watching the SOUTHTONA 500, and the race continues as we head on for lap number 130 of 200. Trevor Oswinarth and his teammate Devin Rhea hold the front row. Payson Lindsay gets a real nice jump, but it looks like help is on the outside once again. Green flag's out. It's your 10th restarts. Taking that move down to the inside, top two drivers continue where they've been all night long. 130 laps in, and this string of domination has been practically unstoppable. Even with Kenny Reel now out the picture and having led so many of those opening laps, Trevor Oswinart has taken his place and then some, now holding down the fort as a leader in his own right. He played third for a good majority of that first half, 100 some laps. It seems like it really didn't go his whole way, but now it looks like he's got it exactly how he wants it, drawing up the plays as they come through. 70 laps to go here, and Trevor's in control. Now again, that last wreck I'm sure was quite the warning for these drivers. We can't imagine we're going to see as aggressive racing, but these drivers have decided not to back off from going at each other quite hard. Instead, they've decided to stay double file. The single file racing seems to be out with the rest of the night. Very little problem with keeping each other honest here. 70 laps to go. Trevor still holding it up in front. Devin Rhea and Payson Lindsay all the while. They're right there, side by side. And Payson getting blocked up to the wall, nearly turning around Jaden. Payson Lindsay sees no choice. He'll break the teammate wall and do it for good this time. The 99 now sticking it right between Devin and Trevor, and he is not letting off. Payson Lindsay now has a goal, and he wants to break up this long, dominant matchup. Shoving once, twice. Now going to let off just slightly in the corners, but he's really keeping Trevor honest. Single file again. It looks like now the double file has relegated itself, something we haven't seen in some 25 laps. 69 laps to go. There is now a nice battle for the race lead, and Payson Lindsay fighting as a one-man machine against the big team. Tonight it's been all out for the crew, running from what was first to third, now first and third. Jack Shack running a sandwich now with that Coca-Cola machine in between. Michael Steele is in fourth, and for all the trials and tribulations Michael Steele has faced, his machine is still up inside the top five. Logan Wilson now is the fastest, of course, of which he's got the draft, and he's the last of which in the top five, running exactly in fifth. .67 laps to go. Trevor, he's got himself more or less exactly where he needs to be. You got Payson Lindsay, Devin Rhea, and Michael Steele. They all know that this lead group has been the group. Even if you're not the exact leader, like Payson Lindsay struggled to get himself up there for, he's still in a much better position than 90% of the field regardless. The top 4 or 5 drivers have been... Overall, the top 5 have been in the safest position of any driver in the field, and that just continues to be proven with the way we've been racing. So it's undoubtable, of course, that someone like Lindsay, who's been up here, has very little damage. Jordan Blair, last of those in this train, is going to be Logan Tackett, so 11 or so drivers. Then you go down to Brady Bohada, Landon Norris and company. Brady is the last driver on the lead lap right now. There are only 12 drivers on the lead lap any longer, so tell you this much, more than half the field is really dissipated out of frame, and not only out of frame, but out of mind for these drivers. It's a small bunch, but a competitive one at that, which means anything that happens is really going to be concentrated up here. Ogletree, another retiree, by the way. Only 15 drivers are on the track. So the smaller number means maybe a little bit of cleaner racing. Getting to the tail end of this one, and it looks like it's about time we find out whether or not these drivers have the stuff. Some drivers have been up front all night long. The top 5, that's for certain. But then some drivers have laid a little bit quieter, like Logan Tackett, someone like Logan Wilson. Cody Griffin's had his ups and downs, that's for sure. And Jordan Blair has experienced as far back as outside the top 20. Matter of fact, comparing qualifying to race results, the biggest mover on the night is Michael Steele. Right now, Michael is coming from 22nd up to 4th, a gain of 18 positions on the night, and Michael has done so across the entirety of this event. So he's been on the up and up and has been the biggest mover so far today. If he finishes inside the top 10, it's practically guaranteed he has that biggest mover hard charger award locked up in his favor. 64 laps to go here. Lap 137 on the day so far. Trevor Oswinarth continues to control the race lead, and every position further on back is all in his jurisdiction here. We waited to see whether or not the field would really whittle down to one train, but now there is no choice. There's no other opportunity for drivers to fall back. We don't have 20 plus drivers on the track any longer. You only have 12 on the lead lap who could realistically fight for the race lead. And of them, 11 are in this bundle. The rest of which, driving with lappers or they're lappers themselves. So now that the field has really been whittled down, let's talk about the stakes on the table tonight. A race winner, no matter who it is, they're going to come away $300 richer. There's a $300 prize for collecting the checkered flag. Second place would win $200, and third would win $100. Pole sitter Kenny Reel, although he's not going to come away with a race win, he's already going to come away with the prize. $45 for that pole position, so he does collect the first cashed bonus, even though he's not going to be able to finish this one out. Which means that about 20 drivers are going to come away empty-handed no matter what happens here. But those who are up front and those who specifically bag a top 3 finish will come away compensated well for their efforts. Trevor still leads. Payson Lindsay second and Devin Riaz in third. Michael Steele is still there in fourth, and Logan Wilson, it's pretty similar. He remains P5. Now this lineup has gotten rather consistent, and we've said it increasingly, gets more and more consistent every time we look. But now, there really is no extra distraction or extra pack to worry about that could change things up. Drivers are either running on their own or they're running in the big pack. And currently, it looks like the big pack is here to stay. Another battle on the racetrack is one for the lappers. Bob Leclerc running now ahead of Jeremy Crandall. Crandall is right there with them, and Crandall is now one lap behind him. Additionally, Landon Norris runs on his own lap here. He's trying to get back up to that pack of drafting lappers, but right now he finds himself rather lonely. Overall, nobody's at threat of being put one lap down. Leaders are coming out of turns 3 and 4. The lappers are still in the back straightaway, so they're more than half a lap apart. And it seems like right now the battle is amongst themselves as Payson Lindsay heads up high with 60 laps remaining. Payson makes the move, gets up top, and now holds the race lead. Trevor and Devin second and third, while Joseph Madigan fades away once more for fourth. Additionally, Cody Griffin, Jordan Blair, Logan Wilson, Joshua Fox, all there with. And now Devin, with a move up top, will take Trevor Oswinarth back to the race lead. Payson Lindsay really trying to go at it, couldn't quite get the block on, and as a result, fades right back. Quick thinking from Devin to keep that run alive. It looked like there was no chance to get by Payson, at least anytime soon, and quickly was he denied. Impressive work there from the driver of the number 2. That's going to pull the 89 crew up to the front of the field, and then back you got Michael Steele, Payson Lindsay, Logan Wilson, and all others who are still fighting amongst themselves. Up top, Joseph Madigan and Cody Griffin, 2 drivers who have been right at each other for give or take the last 5 laps. Now that the top 10 is split up once more, we see that fight again. Maybe some more aggression is going to give us something to watch. Jaden Del Toro backs out to the end of the lead group, mind you. He is currently in 11th, and now he's got the best view of the entire pack all on his own. Jaden with a big hit right there to Jordan Blair. Tries to hit and make some moves, but it doesn't quite work out. Contact again, and it looks like with Joshua Fox, that's going to separate him further from the pack, and Fox is real far back now. Talk about an error, and now the 17 is out of line. Just a minor hit makes the difference there. I mean, take a look back and we'll show you what it was. It looked like coming through turns 3 and 4, just heading down to the apron from that bobble, sends the 17 out of the picture. Maybe a chance to recover in the future, but right now, with no cautions in sight, that's really bad news for the driver, the number 17. He's now outside of the top 10 battle. Meanwhile, the Jack Shack 89 is still leading. Trevor Oswinarth, with support from Devin Ree, is first and second respectively. Now, looks like Michael Steele, in fact, takes third from Payson Lindsay. Payson had a great shot there to take the lead just about 10 laps ago, but didn't quite work out. And since it couldn't come to fruition, the momentum was lost, and now looks like they're treading under the line of the apron. That could have been much riskier. Luckily, all drivers get away. 56 laps remain, and I'll tell you this much now, very little chance that we see more drivers get back in the mix. Those who have fallen off are most likely out for good here. We see 2 drivers are off the train. It's currently going to be Joshua Fox and Brady Bohada. Brady is 21 seconds back, though, and running with a group of lappers, so he has some support, albeit not much. Maybe he'll be quick enough to catch up to Joshua Fox here, who runs alone. And even though Brady right now is 10 miles an hour slower than the pack, Joshua is 10 miles an hour slower than Brady, and would be caught up to within 10 laps. That we're expecting. 55 to go. Oswinarth, Rhea, Michael Steele, that's the 1-2-3 order. And with time to spare for these drivers, we're seeing that single file has at long last come back to play. With more than 20 drivers on the track, you really won't see that with this time remaining, but now it looks like whoever's left are the drivers who know patience is it. Even if you could go for a move right now, would it even impact you positively for the rest of the race? And 95% of the time, with this amount remaining, 50 plus laps, the answer is no. Looks like most drivers have responded accordingly, and now they're waiting for the big difference maker, that last 15-20 lap run where everything gets thrown out the water and victory is the only desire. 54 laps to go, though. There's still about a quarter of the race remaining. You really don't want to risk your stuff on such a long distance, something that you could travel over the course of many caution laps, or in one long green flag run. Reminder, if drivers go past the 50 lap to go marker and there's no caution, then any caution or pit cycle after would be it. It would be in effect the final pit stop any driver takes unless they have damage. The estimated pit cycle giving us up to 50 laps of room for these drivers to travel. Contact, it's Jordan Blair. Up the wall, Blair saves it, but the caution's out for our 11th of the day. Blair hooked up to the top of the circuit. Yellow flag is out. Take a look at this. And he was up at the top side, running side by side briefly. Had Jaden Del Toro with them. Came down on Jaden. Jaden sends him right up. Yellow flags out for a 2-car incident. Jaden Del Toro and the 81 That is, of course, Jordan Blair. Even if he was involved in that wreck, he still remains in the top 10 because of how far ahead he was of everyone else. So luckily, even though it's a tricky situation, Jordan won't lose everything just because of that hit. Currently he is still P10 with some minor front end damage. 52 laps to go here, and it looks like pit road is going to be busy once more. But with a little bit of time left, we're going to crank it up, of course, in terms of advertisement, not in terms of the car noise. Not much you can do during pit road, except you can thank our sponsors and associates. Live on FTN, we thank all those who have helped us in bringing the action to you. You're watching coverage of the 2025 SOUTHTONA 500, and as always on FTN, when it's green, we never turn away. So we're going to take a little bit of time under yellow and give ourselves a chance to thank all those what's going on. Live on FTN Broadcasting. I'm David Kreutzer, commentator and producer. We'll return right after this. Stay tuned. 52 laps to go, and time still counting down. Trevor and Devin, P1, P2, still going at it, and they lead the field into pit road.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
.49 laps remain when we go green, and the iRacing pace car leads Trevor Oswinarth and then again Michael Steele. Looks like Trevor and Devin got themselves a line on the restart, and they have kept themselves as the drivers to beat across 150 laps of racing. No doubt now we know who the favorites are, but if they win, still remains the bigger question. Welcome back to coverage of the SOUTHTONA 500 on FTN. It is Trevor Oswinarth, race leader. Currently on the lead lap, 11 drivers going back to Pace and Lindsay, so getting to be a smaller and smaller field with each passing lap. And while the distance narrows from the first driver on the lead lap to the last, the focus still remains on those top drivers ahead of it all. iRacing pace car ducks low. Time to go at it once again. It's your 11th restart, and a familiar face leads it. Trevor and Devin do it again. Michael Steele, not a lot of help on the high side, but he's good enough on his own to stay P3. Side by side, more prominent at the back end of this field now, but you can see it is a narrow one. Drivers have been slowly but surely dropping off based on incident after incident. 14 drivers are driving on the circuit right now. It becomes 15 as after 10.5 minutes, Landon Norris is back on the circuit, 11 laps down. But up in front of the field, still only 11 remain in this lead lap bunch, which is all that can contest for the race lead. Looks like Michael Steele significantly slower here, and he's going to back off big time, getting up to Logan Tackett. That could have been an incident, but Logan backs off as well and is now looking to build some momentum on the high side. Trevor Esguarnoff in the number 89 here, he understands one thing simple and clear. He's got to stick with Devin. These two drivers have been practically unstoppable on their own merits. In a night where we didn't expect to see total control from one bunch, it has become all about what was a three-car group into what is still the strongest two-car duo on the track. All things together, no matter who wins this race, the drive of it all so far has been theirs. Outright, the fastest and perhaps the most impressive run we've seen coming from Trevor and Devin. Doesn't mean it's over, but they put together a valiant fight to make it this far. 47 laps to go means we're not only past halfway, we are significantly far beyond the point of no return. 47 laps to go additionally means that pit strategy could be done for. If drivers save their stuff well during that brief period we had under yellow, it means that we've got a perfect opportunity now to see perhaps a long green flag run to the end come to fruition. Won't be easy, but it isn't impossible. And now drivers are in a very good spot to maybe, just maybe, make it happen. With Jayden Del Toro goes down to the inside and he thinks not. He'll drop low and it looks like he's the only driver involved. The pack gets away. Jayden will save it. Although you might have not seen what happened, so we'll replay it just to make sure. Jayden was inside of the top 5, now running 11th. I don't think he's going to be quick enough to recover and get back up, but watch this. Looked high, contact from Jordan Blair, down to the grass, and luckily he keeps himself going. Now, since he was out of control, he should get the penalty cleared, but Jayden Del Toro now is going to be 11th and alone as a result of that incident. Joseph Madigan tries to extend the lifeline, it looks like, as he drops back some 2 seconds. Very unlikely anything works out now to get a train together. The only train that's happening is the one up front, and it's been rolling since the beginning. Coming through for lap 156. Trevor Esguarnoff leads again. And even though Trevor, caution flag is out, mind you, it's the 12th of the day, back of the field, there's an incident. Yellow flag out once again, and it looks like this time by the tail end is the cause. Most drivers still going green here, mind you, but they're all going to back it down as soon as possible. And there you have it. It was the 73 of Crandall who was involved in the incident, and he's right there. Brady Bahada, multi-car incident. Crandall shot up into the wall. Huge incident nonetheless. Again, one more replay to show you everything that led up to this one. Brady Bahata and Jeremy Crandall were on each other for the better part of the last lap. Things came to a head as they went through turns 3 and 4. Crandall just went up the track and got himself locked up there. Seemed to be all alone. Big hit, and now he's going to be parked while the leaders come through the final 2 turns. The sun glows orange one last time in what could be its final performance. We're expecting day to night transition, and with these final laps maybe lingering on just a bit longer, we could see a night race at long last. Dependent on these next few laps, of course, and whether or not we get through them quickly. But now, side by side, it's going to be Trevor Usquinarth and Devin Rhea, and Cody Griffin is there in third. P3, we'll see who comes out there quickest, but the top 2 have been almost a sure thing from beginning to end. Devin with the drum, and now it's going to be Trevor right after him. Devin gets things moving, and you'll have Logan Wilson third. Then you'll have Cody Griffin, Payson Lindsay, Joshua Fox, Jaden Del Toro. More or less the same top 10 with drivers still getting ready. Sunset becoming more apparent, and conditions have continued to ever so slightly become better for the driver. Track temperature is at 83 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the lowest it's been all night long. You've also got, of course, the ambient temperature, which has now come down to only 80 degrees. Winds, let's talk a little bit about that. They've been largely pushing northbound all night. They still are. Northeast bound at 4 miles an hour. A little bit lighter than before, and that means it's only gotten milder all throughout. Practically negligible winds, shall we say. Devin, Trevor, Cody, the 1, 2, 3. .43 laps to go. Passing both the 300 lap marker, or rather the 300 mile marker, and the 400 mile marker. When we go back green. The home stretch is now something that everyone's got their minds on. They've had their minds on it for the better part of some 20 laps. Maybe what happens next from here is we get to the checkered flag in one piece. Again, talk about that pit strategy. There's one more thing to come from it. Damage. At this point, the mandatory pit stops are out of the way entirely. Everyone's gone through some 10 times now, and we're within that final 40-lap window. Everyone is safe to make it to the checkered flag. Now, it's all up to whether or not a driver thinks they have the stuff to go for it. You haven't seen any green flag pit cycles so far. There's still one last chance. "12 drivers on the lead lap. The last of them is Payson Lindsay. Payson gets back on the move. It's side by side, Devin and Trevor. Twelfth caution of the night across 160 laps here. So we've mellowed out from what was admittedly a very tricky early start with cautions every 10 laps for the first 65 laps. Now, time to go at it again. Notably, your top 2 have remained the top 2, and it looks like there's still no stopping Trevor and Devin, who have come out of pit road consecutively practically every restart. It's been clockwork for them. Coming to 41 laps to go, and we'll keep things moving. as we go for our 12th restart of the night. If you've just tuned in, welcome live on FTN Broadcasting, and buckle up. It's a 500-mile race with $300 going to your race winner. I suggest you stay seated because we are now getting to the most fun part of the race. Pace car drops in. Without further ado, we will be again in control, the number 22. Devin gets things moving, and he's got Trevor right beside him. Green flags out, and the dominant two pull away. Cody Griffin stays on the inside and looks for a little bit more assistance from those behind him. Jaden Del Toro steps up to the task quickly, but we'll see whether or not he's the best pick. Jaden has been involved so far in 3 cautions on the day out of 12, which admittedly isn't a bad average, but he's got damage, and it shows. While most of it has been fixed, his motor's sputtered before, he's been hooked up to the wall, he's used his fast repair, so he's a risky asset to work with when it comes to the rest of the night. Admittedly, most of the top 10 has not used the fast repair so far. Matter of fact, of everyone in the top 10, Jaden is the only exception. Every other driver, all 9 of them, have kept their cars as original from the beginning of the race, which is a pretty exceptional fact. Jaden is quite the outlier in that regard. Saving a pit stop, of course, for a fast repair beyond 160 laps when there's only 1 fast repair available is very impressive work. Every driver here knows that, and the fact that so many of them have done that consistently is even more impressive. Devin and Trevor are no doubters, and Cody Griffin more the same, but to think that everyone behind, including drivers like Logan Tackett, who had major damage before, someone who had to go down a pit road to keep the front end on it. The fact he still has his original car going is another testament to not only how long these drivers have weathered the storm, but how patient they have been. And that patience matters. It's an endurance race in oval action. And now we're coming down to the tail end. 39 laps to go, and it's clockwork as it's been all night long. Cody looks high, just tries to go for it. Trevor looks higher. Cody backs up, and it's going to be another one of those accordion-style compressions. Couldn't quite get it past there, but Griffin, I'm sure he's thinking about it. Just doesn't have the help to go for some type of move. Michael Steele, who's running also with the RDR guys, he's a little bit too far behind to go up there and grab Cody directly. Payson Lindsay, ever the opportunist, well, it looks like right now he's decided to take the opportunity to step back. He's not where he'd like to be either if he wants to make any passes. And, of course, you got a few drivers in between like Madigan, Fox, and Del Toro who haven't been quite the best move makers or quite the most experienced, but they're right there as well. .38 to go. Cody Griffin still holding on to that last podium position. Again, $100 going to the driver who comes away in 3rd. Cody Griffin going to fall out of 3rd if he wants any chance to get back on the track. Jaden Del Toro now P3, and Griffin falls down the ladder, but he saves it. That's what matters. Contact again. Logan Tackett right there at Payson Lindsay and Joseph Madigan, but we all keep it green. 100 to 3rd place, whoever it may be. 200 to 2nd. $300 to your race winner. The SOUTHTONA 500 continues, and now it looks like a new face inside the podium. For the first time all night long, Jaden Del Toro gets it up to P3. He didn't race in the 300. He came from 16th on the starting grid, and we got quite a few underdogs now in the top 10. 16th to 3rd for Jaden Del Toro, 23rd to 5th for Logan Tackett, Cody Griffin 12th to 6th, 22nd to 7th, Michael Steele. The big movers are coming out in full force tonight, but the top 2 drivers started 3rd and 4th. And they're here and now with 36 laps to go. Looking high, there's Trevor. Looks like right now he'll try to help out with Devin holding the bottom. Trevor takes top and tries to go down. It won't work. Contact Devin Rhea, Jaden Del Toro, Tackett, and Joseph Madigan. 13th caution. and the luck runs out. Devin gets caught in a big one. It looks like the pressure mounts and it catches up to the big two. Del Toro hooking once, twice, and Devin can't keep it on the bottom. He'll go up to attack it. He'll get Joseph Madigan. 4 cars involved in that leading pack. Caution is out. And the only driver to make it through right there, or the only 3 that made it convincingly, were Trevor Oswinarth, Cody Griffin, and Michael Steele. "35 laps remain, and another incident. Expecting potentially a ride down to pit road for some, but for those who are following that main strategy, they should be in a good position to keep themselves exactly where they are. Concern themselves not with going down to pit road, but instead stay on track and figure things out." Trevor looks. Does he go under the commitment cone? Clearly he does decide to do so. He'll go in again. 35 laps to go, and if the last one wasn't the ender, this one is. Trevor takes himself down to pit road, and he'll bring Cody Griffin and company with. Now, unfortunately, getting himself caught up in that one was Devin Rhea, but he's got himself a faster pair, and it's very likely with how little time we have left, he takes it. Yes, he did. Trevor is now the only completely solid hope for this team to keep going. He'll take 4 tires and fuel and actually back himself off, taking himself out of the top 5 for the first time in some 60-plus laps. Logan Tackett leads out of pit road. Joshua Fox in second, Cody Griffin in third, 4th place, Michael Steele. Joseph Madigan and Jordan Blair also keeping themselves right on pit road. Few drivers getting some extra damage repairs. Kenny Reel now 55 laps down in 21st. Landon Norris, one of those also down and in. It looks like we're still going to have about 12 drivers on the lead lap, which is the number we've been rolling with for the past some 25 plus laps. Brady Bohada now out of the mix, meaning he's no longer with us, and he fell down to 14th under where Landon Norris is, and Landon is still going. He's been 10 laps down for the majority of the second half, but he never quit, and he is still driving. He just got back out on track. Logan Tackett getting the signal this time by. It'll be 1 lap to green as we come through, which means with 32 laps to go, we will get restart number 13. Michael Steele heads up topside. He'll take Bob Leclerc with. Cody Griffin going to decide to drop low. This is where it becomes a little bit different. For the first time in 150 laps, all 168 of them, neither Kenny Reel, nor Devin Rhea, nor Trevor Aswinarth are on the front 2 rows of any restart or the initial start. This is the first time the entire race they haven't started either first, second, third, or fourth, at least one of them. And we've gone this far. Now we're going to find out what the field does when they have control, rather than the top 2 drivers of the night. Are they going to handle it well? Will they be able to hold on? We'll find out as Tackett, a driver who's really been working himself hard all night long to even have a chance. He's now got it up front. And Joshua Fox, who's laid low, Made a few strategy errors, but he's been given so many chances with these yellow flags that those are all behind him. Now, beyond recovery, he's here to win. 32 laps to go and we go green. Let's see who gets it. A reminder that since we are coming close to that point, green-white checkers are available for this race tonight. If, of course, we end up needing one, we have up to 3 attempts available to all drivers. iRacing pace car drops in. Here we go again. Green flag's out. And it's going to be the number 6 of Logan Tackett getting things moving. We haven't seen it all night long, but that's Tackett's first shot as the race leader. And now he's looking to lead a first time as the green flag driver at the top of the board. Cody Griffin and Logan Wilson will keep him honest, and right now Devin and Trevor are back in 8th and 10th respectively, the furthest back they've been all throughout. You see right there's Michael Steele. Now we might see a different approach for these last laps for the drivers who have been in control and have not let up until this point. 32 laps to go. Coming around this time by, it'll be only 31 laps remaining, and it's a single file train. 10 drivers deep, fighting for the win. 13 drivers are practically out of this one. Madigan lies in limbo, as does Jaden Del Toro. Landon Norris is in the pack, but he's 10 plus laps down. The big 10 are those who remain. They've still got a fighting chance to win tonight. Logan Tackett going to take himself down to the bottom groove here, and he's kept himself there. Now it looks like Devin and Trevor have found themselves some rhythm on the high side. We'll see if Payson Lindsay decides to help, as Payson immediately goes up, as does Logan Wilson. 31 laps to go, heading now to only 30 laps remaining. Logan Tackett coming through with Cody Griffin, and across the line, they've got the lead. Lap 170 of 200, and the race is now down to its final 30 laps with Griffin and Tackett at the helm. Big block up there from the number 99. He's going to have to feel it, and of course, Cody Griffin, the man who deals. Contact again. A little bit of bumping back and forth with those bumpers there, more than we've seen out of those two all night. And talk about a change in attitude for some of these drivers. Tackett getting all the way down, clipping the apron and keeping speed. As he's side by side now with the leaders, Griffin and of course Payson Lindsay. A lapper's coming up in the way. It looks like that lap machine is going to be Joseph Madigan, who is currently 3 laps down. I'll tell you this much, the number 2, Devin Rhea, he knew he'd get himself back up there. Involved in that incident, wrecked or not, Trevor with the push, and just like it was to begin this race, Trevor as the amazing pusher, Devin in control as the leader, just like old times, top 2, as same as it was. 29 laps to go, coming to make it 28, and they've broken out fully. They're a quarter of a second up on the field. Payson Lindsay can't even keep up. Lindsay now has Logan Wilson, but the top 2 have done it again. Although Kenny Reel sits on the sidelines from pole position, his teammates have kept up the legacy. They're back in front, only taking 5 laps away from the top of the board. They now hold themselves with the best spots in the business. 28 laps to go here in Daytona. 10 drivers remain to fight, but it's clear right now that 2 of them have the advantage. They've got the stuff, and they're willing to prove it. All the while, the rest of the pack is still here. It's not like they're down and out by any means, but of course, they haven't been putting that aggressive flair into their racing. Neither Cody Griffin nor Payson Lindsay have been able to get around either of these 2 drivers, Devin or Trevor. When they're on a charge up, there's no turning back. That's what we've seen. It appears that so far, simply put, there's no way around the best in the business. Coming down to the back straightaway once again, it looks like single file for the most part except for Logan Tackett. Tackett drops back, Joshua Fox is going to meet him there. But if anyone's going to get through this big cycle up, I think the Ross Dalton Racing guys have the best chance. That, of course, comes down to whether or not the number 2 and the number 89 give it up. Or, of course, if Cody Griffin and company get through, Bob Leclerc involved in some contact. Yellow flag is going to fly for the 14th time. Leclerc at the tail end of the field involved. Looks like Landon Norris has some damage too. The call up front. No caution yet, we stay green. Cody Griffin still with some time to spare. Does he make the decision to go down and call it a caution? In the meantime, Bob Leclerc, as we see right now, is still going, will not get the yellow flag. We've gone past the point of getting those small yellow flags any attention. You saw there Jordan Blair contact with Leclerc. He comes up the track, hits Landon Norris. 3 involved, 2 with critical damage there. And it looks like on account of the fact that was at the back end of the field, no changes. Bob Leclerc involved big. Devin Rea is still leading, and look at this. He and Trevor now are outright ahead by a half second. You never see this in Daytona until it happens. And we say that only because it almost never does. These two drivers have broken out, and they are the stars of the race. It's going to take the field to beat them here, and it looks like now the field goes high. Cody Griffin with the move upstairs takes the race lead once more. Cody Griffin with contact, wiggles once, twice, keeps himself together. Again, 190 plus miles an hour, and they're weaving and bobbing like that. I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm not sure if these drivers do either. Logan Tackett here. He goes up high again. The only driver who's going to try it for the second time. And again, really nothing comes of it. 7 drivers are in this bundle. That's it. 7. Of what we started with to begin with, we're down to about a quarter of this field. And even then, it looks like it is the strongest quarter of which. Perhaps Devin and Trevor have shown their hand a little too early, or perhaps they still have more cards on deck. It looks like the entire field knows how good they are, but do they know what remains in store for the final laps? I don't think anyone knows what's due to come. 23 laps to go this time by, and next time around, with 22 laps to go, we'll crank it up for the final time tonight, courtesy of our friends at TrackCams22.com. TrackCams22.com provides the highest quality iRacing cameras on the market. The best cameras are used by the best broadcasters, and for good reason. We've been proudly partnered with TrackCams for Gourmet since 2022, and we hope you check out their website after tonight's broadcast at TrackCams22.com. You're watching live on FTN coverage of the SOUTHTONA 500. We'll be right back after this as we get live and loud with 22 laps to go from the world's center of racing. 18 laps to go and counting down. Right now, it's still up on top, Pace and Lindsay. But look who's back in second and third. It's the big two who have run this race from top to bottom. Pace and Lindsay, if there's anyone who has a chance, though, against them, I think it has to still be the number 99 you're looking at as the underdog favorite. Payson's ran in a pretty solid race so far, has been the only real competitor to the dominance that we've seen up front, and has tried time and again to get up in front. Looks like this time it's proven at least a very early success. Lindsay is there with 17 laps to go. Then you got Devin Rhea, you got Trevor Oswinart, you got Cody Griffin, all of which who have been here since the jump. So, once again, we'll ask the question to all you watching live on FTN tonight. Who is going to be the one to get the job done? Who are you predicting? Viewers in the chat room, make sure to let us know. We'd love to hear who you're thinking gets the job done here in Daytona. We'll be reading all predictions out loud tonight, as we've done all night long. Drivers pass by Bob Leclerc rather quickly there, the lapper in the number 42. Bob is now one lap down. He gets back in line. It looks like he's still going here. 4 laps down is Joseph Madigan. Madigan is still on the circuit here. He's got a few lappers he's working with. He's got Jordan Blair as well. And the last driver on the track right now is Madigan. He is in 11th. Everyone else, it looks like they're out of the picture. Looks like Brady Bohata predicting that Logan Tackett gets the job done in the number 6. K-Tan Racing looking for Payson Lindsay in the number 99. Strong prediction so far. I know earlier we had some of the Michael Steele fans in the chat room. I know who Kenny Reel's got his eyes on. Of course, it's going to be that number 89 and the number 2, who have been oh so strong all night long. The Jack Shack looking for their up-top maneuvers. Get up to the race lead. Cody Griffin goes high on Trevor, now trying to get himself to the inside. Doesn't look like it's going to work out. Michael Steele instead goes to Cody Griffin, and now it looks like the RDR guys have a chance to get together. 14 laps remain here as Payson Lindsay takes him across the line again. 7 drivers have a chance at victory here. 3 of them will go home paid. 4 home will go with nothing. Payson Lindsay with a massive drift. He'll save himself there, but the number 99 falls all out of position. Michael Steele with a shot now to go to Cody Griffin or to go to Devin Rhea. It looks like nothing happens for Devin. Cody Griffin gets the assistance. Griffin is up top, and it looks like now he's to the point. J-Hit365 predicting that Griffin gets it done, and he just took the race lead with confidence up and ahead. Payson Lindsay unafraid to be aggressive. He's been making those moves all night long, and it looks like he's very quickly gotten himself up to second, only to hit Cody Griffin. This time, can Griffin get lucky? It looks like he just might. Can he save it? No. Michael Steele, Cody Griffin involved with one another. Caution will fly. Steele shot down to the inside of the track and destroyed. Griffin, more of the same. Brady Bohata and Michael Steele, contact and destruction, and it looks like a prediction comes in for both drivers. Take a look at this one. We thought it was a save, that's for sure, and Cody did all he did, of course, all he could to keep it together. I mean, he had that thing drifting sideways. He goes down, he leans on Michael Steele. Michael had himself side by side, looked like they had it going, and then, by this point, Cody out of control and comes back up the track. Hits Michael Steele, and 2 of those RDR guys get together. Cody looks like he gets going once again. Same deal for Michael Steele, but Michael went going down a pit road. That might be his night. "12 laps to go here. Peyton Lindsay's got control with Logan Wilson second, Devin Rias in third, and Trevor Asquinarth is in fourth. Lindsay's got the race leading with time to spare. Since we're under yellow again, we'd like to thank all of our partners and associates live at FTN Broadcasting. You won't miss a thing under green, but we're going to step aside briefly and thank our friends at iRacing.com for making tonight's action possible. We'll be right back after this. We're going green with 10 laps to go. Stay tuned on FTN Broadcasting as we'll return after some nonstop coverage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
Returning now with 9 laps to go. And of all those on the lead lap that started, only 9 drivers remain. That's the fight for the finish here in the SOUTHTONA 500. Peyton Lindsay, race leader. Better get ready for what's due to be an exciting finale to 500 miles of racing. Any yellow flag, which comes after 5 laps to go, would send us into overtime, however, and that is still very well a possibility. With 191 laps completed, could be sent beyond the realm of original completion. The Daytona, of course, 500, many a time has seen that. The SOUTHTONA 300 saw that. It could happen again today. Peyton Lindsay gets the jump. Green flag flies. 99's in control. In our 14th restart, the driver, the number 99, Payson Lindsay, leads off the green flag for the very first time. It's Payson, Logan Wilson, Devin Ree, and Trevor Aswinarth running there in fourth. Logan Tackett concludes the top five, and it looks like he's spent very little time getting back up to the back bumper and keeping himself in contention here. It'll be 8 laps to go next time through, and now the difference maker, of course, is whenever we get that final flag. Either it's a yellow flag or a checkered flag that ends this run, and now both of them could happen so quickly, we're not quite sure which is which. The white flag will officially end this race no matter what, if we get there. In which case, the white flag flies, the race will end, checkers or wreckers. Everything else is not at all a guarantee, and running again after an incident, and so now we keep things rolling. So, with the yellow flag coming at the tail end of this race, we are going again to our overtime procedure. Drivers getting themselves set up to run down to pit road. And what you're looking at here is rather clear. Some drivers taking it in, and it looks like including Devin Rhea and Cody Griffin, Trevor Aswinarth, and all those elsewhere stay on track. Going to be 5 who go in, going to be 4 who stay out, 9 drivers on the lead lap. 199 laps in, out of now more than 200. We've hit the overtime point, 3 laps to go. For those of you tuning in now in the final moments, welcome back live on FTN Broadcasting. I'm your host, David Kreutz. We've seen the better part of 200 laps now, and it looks like another incident brings us to a show-stopping finish. It's an ultimatum. 2 laps. That's the difference. Cody Griffin going to weave and bob ever so slightly back and forth right there. Looks like he's got himself still in good shape. Logan Wilson's going to be P2. Payson Lindsay is up on top of the board. Payson coming alive in these final some 15 laps. Now he's got himself the race lead. We'll see if he can do anything with it as we come for lap 200. Only 9 drivers now will have the chance to go for the race win officially, with Joseph Madigan being 3 laps down when we go back green with 2 to go. It'll be officially impossible, of course, for him to try and make a move for the race victory. Whether or not, of course, he even had the time to get back on the lead lap to begin with is one thing, but now it looks like no matter what he does, nothing can happen. Madigan's here. He'll settle for 10th. But every other spot remains up for grabs. Payson Lindsay will lead the field, and it'll be 1 lap to go. We have 3 green-white checkered attempts for those of you watching. Here's how it goes down. If we get a yellow flag before the white flag, the race will extend for our 2nd or 3rd attempt, however long we need. If, of course, we get to that 3rd attempt, that is our final, at which point each and every driver will have to make themselves, of course, either a clean penultimate lap or the yellow flag flies. If the yellow flag flies on the final restart attempt, the race will end and we will have ourselves the finishing order decided by iRacing timing and scoring. That's something we definitely don't want to see, but it could happen. And right now, drivers are catching up to Lindsay and company as we speak. Trevor and Devin, who have been so dominant, leading alongside Kenny Reel, the better part of 150 laps together. Now they're back with each other again. Bob Leclerc gotten himself in a few incidents over the week. It looks like his car is clean at last to go for the win. Jordan Blair and Logan Tackett will be the final drivers attempting to catch up, but time is running out to do so. This is lap 200. Checkered flag will now come at lap 202. We're looking at what could be, of course, our first and only attempt, or the first of 3. The SOUTHTONA 300 saw a double overtime finish, and when there's money on the line, when there's $300 on the line, that's something you could certainly expect to see. "5 miles, 2 laps. That's the difference between victory and defeat. Payson Lindsay on the inside groove has control. Up top is Logan Wilson. Wilson right now is going to find himself, well, with a little bit of damage, still in control of the outside, and that's a real big deal. Lindsay gets the jump. Logan Wilson cannot compare. He'll try to go down to the bottom. Can't make it work. 2 laps to go. Overtime action in Daytona. Payson Lindsay gets that opening jump. It's single file from first all the way down. It looks like right now Lindsay's got no choice but to trust what's going on the back end. Logan Wilson, 200 laps in, 200 plus laps in. These two drivers haven't worked with each other before, but now they have to do so all those laps into this race. With the white flag coming this time by him, no signs of a yellow flag. This will be it, and the checkered flag will fall with our next run. 1 lap to go in the SOUTHTONA 500. Lindsay leads, Logan is just behind. Cody Griffin last week had to settle outside of the top 3, 500 feet to go. He was the race leader. This time around, he's got a shot to make things happen, but Devin and Trevor are coming up once again to the high side. Contact. Trevor gets ahead of his teammate. Now he'll have to work with Cody Griffin. Devin is damaged on the front end. It looks like his chances are over. Trevor heads down to the bottom side. He'll go down there with Cody Griffin. Now, Payson Lindsay goes down to the inside for a kamikaze block. It fails. Trevor to the high side. Griffin in the same spot he was last week, diving to the inside. Side by side through the tri-oval. Cody Griffin wins by 2/1000ths of a second. Trevor Aswinard, second place. Bob Leclerc, P3. Unbelievable finish. Twelfth to first on the night. And if he didn't get through, of course, and have that trouble to begin with in the Xfinity Series race, I'm sure that made up for it. Money stays on the house tonight unless otherwise told, but I think Cody Griffin gets that grand prize. Trevor comes away with 200. Bob Leclerc in third. What a way to win it. Celebrations continue for the CGR team, making it up for the last moment. 9 drivers finish on the lead lap as Griffin burns down the house. And coming down to continue the burnout, Cody Griffin putting it in the iconic infield grass. We'll hear from all your top 3 finishers after this. Bob Leclerc coming away with a major recovery in his own right to finish in third. And it looks like Griffin has put to rest the celebration. Checkered flag is his, and so before we hear from your race winner and all podium sitters, let's get a word from those from the results page. 23 drivers started this race. 9 drivers of all those finished on the lead lap, and they go as follows. $300 paid to Cody Griffin as he comes away with your race winner. Second place, Trevor Osquinard, $200, 2 thousandths of a second short, and 46 laps led. Bob Leclerc comes away in P3 with Logan Wilson fourth. Devin Rio leads 51 laps and comes away 5th place. 6th spot goes to Jordan Blair. And it looks like Logan Tackett in 7th, Payson Lindsay 8th, Joshua Fox in 9th, and Joseph Madigan in P10. Then you got, of course, 11th, Aiden Del Toro. Landon Norris is going to be then and there in 12th, Dalton Ledbetter 13th, Daniel Park 14th, and Kenny Reel in 15th place. 16th spot on the order is then going to be Michael Steele with Brady Bojada 17th, Jeremy Crandall 18th, Jared Ogletree 19th, and Robert Missy coming away in P20. Final drivers on the order, well, you got 21st place. That's going to be Jeffrey Johnson, Chris Ellis in 22nd, and Ross Dalton 23rd and last at the end of tonight's festivities. Cody Griffin getting the big win. We'll hear from him first now as our top 3 come through for interviews. Very familiar to the situation that Griffin was in when he won his, of course, last event of the Integrity Racing League in Daytona. Very similar to what we saw last week when he ended up losing in Daytona in the 300. But this time around, Cody Griffin comes away as the race winner in dramatic fashion. 2 1,000ths of a second makes the big difference.
Yeah, it definitely was a barn burner there, to say the least. I don't know. We got wrecked there a few times and had some big saves and some big moments. And it is what it is. It's plate racing, and you got to do what you got to do. I didn't have no help there toward the end, and all my help had kind of been wrecked out. And I seen that the 22 and the 89 were coming top with a big run out of 2, and I tried to block it, and I think the 22 got a push from behind. When I blocked, he got loose and was able to drag race him down to the line and beat him barely. But it's plate racing, and it's a Daytona 500, so SOUTHTONA 500, whatever you want to call it. So good stuff here.
An unbelievable race, and of course the longest this league has ever seen, 200 laps, and even more than that at the tail end of it. So how was it for you managing such a length to get to this one?
Yeah, it wasn't really too bad for me. I've been on iRacing since 2013, so over 10 years, and I've run my fair share of 500s and Coke 600s and stuff like that, so I'm kind of used to them. Some of the other guys, on the other hand, they were talking about halfway, like, man, do we got 20 to go yet? And I'm like, we just got halfway. So it was fun, and I enjoyed it, and we're going to be firing up an Xfinity League here within the next week or 2, and looking forward to that and getting some longer races in and some bigger track stuff. It was definitely an adjustment for the guys that race, the short track stuff, and even in real life, a lot of these guys run late model stocks and limiteds and mini stock and stuff like that all over North Carolina. So it was definitely a longer race than what they're used to, but everybody had fun. So that was the main thing.
And that green-white checkered, once again, going to that overtime. So how was it for you managing those 2 laps, as aggressive as they've been, compared to a lot of laps where we saw them running around just single file?
Yeah, it's definitely different. The draft package has changed a lot in these cars over the years, and with, they just got such a big bubble on them, and the side draft is so big and dragging people back and, throwing massive blocks. That's one thing that I had to learn to do toward the end of the race, because the 89, the 22, and the 99, I'm pretty sure they were all teammates, and they would get up front and control the lines, and if they were all 3 on the bottom, if the top got a run, they would move up to block it. So I just had to say, well, if we're going to start throwing aggressive blocks, then I'm going to do it too. It's one of those, if you can't beat them, join them. I don't like to race like that, but at the same time, you got to do what you got to do. So at the end of the day, we won it. I'm happy. Got some money out of it, and we'll go on to the Xfinity stuff.
And now moving on to that league race, and as you mentioned, this ends the SCRL Speed Weeks with a 500-miler. So how are you feeling about what's coming up with more events to come?
I feel good, man. It's always cool to start the race season off with a win, virtual and in real life, and so to get the 500 is pretty cool. We got some other big ones coming up in the league for the Xfinity stuff. They're pretty much full distance or three-quarter distance of the actual real life stuff. So they're long races too. You gotta. It's crazy because sim racing's not really physically demanding. You're kind of sitting in air conditioning, but at the same time, this stuff is a lot more mentally demanding than the real life stuff. You've just got to be so fixated on, focusing on your computer screen or monitor, whatever you're using, because everything's by sight. You don't really have any feeling in a sim like you do in a real race car. So you got to go so much off site, and, especially plate racing, watching the runs coming up in your mirrors, and just trying to manage fuel strategy. I mean, there at one point with about 20 to go, I was sweating that I was going to make it on fuel. Luckily, we had some cautions, and I got to come down and get some. But there's just so much going on this stuff and the big track stuff that we don't have to worry about in late model racing. That it's definitely a change, but I don't mind it. I like it.
And with that, Cody Griffin coming away victorious here in Daytona. Any final comments or shout-outs you have for us?
Just thanks to FTN. Thank you for broadcasting, David. I appreciate it. And, thanks to everybody that tuned in to watch. Shout out to Ross Staunton Racing and Development. They're on the car, and along with everybody else, Cody Griffin Racing's on here, just as my sim racing stuff. Southeast Racing Series is the league that we're running. Everybody that's, helps out, Jordan Blair, JBM, Austin Taylor, Adam Baker, all the guys that help me try to run this deal and help as much as they can without making their old ladies too mad. I tell everybody this sim racing stuff is it's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time to run these divisions and these series, and it's crazy. If you about spend as much time on here as you do in the real life world in the shop working on the cars or at the racetracks testing. So it's a lot to it, but everybody's in here for one reason, and that's because we all love to race, and that's what our life consists of. And we wouldn't know anything. We wouldn't know life without racing, so wouldn't have it any other way.
Just like that, Cody Griffin collects the checkered flag here in Daytona, winning in a dramatic last lap run. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Cody Griffin on the way. We'll speak to the driver who came 2/1000ths of a second short, and what a race it was for the number 89 of Trevor Aswarnoth, coming through just behind for the race win. Oh, so close. Either way, you still get a payout from it, but I'm sure you would have loved to win it with how incredible the performance was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I should have turned him in the wall. That's what I should have done. But, hey, man, yeah, it is what it is, man. Last lap, coming to the line, anything goes. And I thought I had him. He started pushing me up off of 4. So I came back down on him. Thought I had him at the line, and I think it was 1/1000 of a second. That's what it was.
That it was, yeah.
Can't be mad at it. Kind of sucks. We dominated this race. Me, Devin, and Kenny led like 150 laps combined, and it just didn't work out. But I have a friend, Kenny Stamper, used to say, "Came all this way just to finish second," and that's that's what it did. Finish second, man.
Well, tonight you mentioned the dominance for you and the team, just running up front and leading the majority of the laps. How was it for you guys controlling? Because for the first 70 laps, there was no breaking that chain up front.
Oh man, this is what we do. We do this almost nightly, super speedways, and then we'll go off and do our 1.5 miles and stuff like that. But we practice. We just know how to work. We communicate well, just staying up front, knowing when the runs come, how to do the runs. These cars are very aerodynamic, so the side draft is a killer, especially when you can right rear that person. It was just a good time. We just stayed up front, stayed clean, stayed out of all the wrecks, maybe gotten 1 or 2 here or there, nothing crazy. And just stayed clean, man. The Jack Shack was on top tonight. Like I said, I think I did the math, about 154 laps we led combined. And just didn't get the job done. But hey, I can't be mad at it. One thousandth of a second. It was just a splitter. So
And
gotta say shout out to Devin Ray and Kenny Reel, Jack Shack for sticking to it, man. We put the work in tonight.
you mentioned the dominance of this race, and coming up very soon, SERL running out with their full-time Xfinity Series League, a lot like we saw with the 300. You think you guys will be coming back for that?
I think we might make an appearance, man. We seen that they had it up. We gotta check our schedules and see if it's a day that we can run all together or just some of us or whatnot, see how it goes. And yeah, I think we might make those races, or at least some of them. So we'll see how that goes.
So now, coming away, P2 on the night. Trevor, any final comments or shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, like I said, man, I got to thank Jack Shack, Devin Ray, Kenny Reel. We were out here running, doing that thing. Got to thank Cody for putting up this race. Old friend of mine, 10 plus years now. And he's a racer. He's a hard racer, just like me and him. We just try to win, man. So I got to thank you for the broadcast. Of course, I could imagine 200 laps, 500 miles. And finding stuff to talk about has to be crazy. But, I mean, you do phenomenal broadcasts, so I got to appreciate you for taking your time out of your day and doing that.
And a great performance all throughout. Trevor coming away P2 on the night here in Daytona. Thank you again for stopping by.
Thank you, sir.
And from our race winner to one of the most dominant drivers this weekend, you got to think about the third place driver at long last. We'll hear now from P3, Bob Leclerc, coming away with a podium, perhaps the most unexpected of which of the top three tonight.
Yeah, well, didn't thought I would finish there, honestly, with the really bad 100 lap that we got at the start. Would have thought I would got out of this race way before that, but managed to stay on the race, stay focused until the last lap. Like my mother said, you never lose until the bells ring. So stayed there, stay present, and we still got third.
Coming away P3, you mentioned it, the tale of two different races. Those last 100 laps definitely treated you a lot better. Any changes in your strategy from beginning to end?
Well, at the start, when there was some back marker a lot, I got some lap down because instead of working together, they were side drafting, so lost a lot of time there. And the first caution, I got involved in it, so just passing by and getting clipped by the wrecking car. Managed to make it back, repair my car without a fast repair, get back on track, get wrecked again, use my fast repair, and got really more cautious at that time, and work with whoever was in with my team in front, and managed to make it up.
And we're looking back at the replay of that overtime finish. You were hit, and you just happened to come out of third, just sticking it on the inside and saving yourself there. Do you think you had a chance to go out for the race win?
Well, if I tried to feint like the number 99, if I would have gotten outside instead of staying inside, I might have a shot. But unexpected block from his side. Didn't thought he would go down on me like that, so just staying flat out. Big shout out to 76. Give me a big push in turn 3. That's what made me able to pass everyone. But if it would be in Talladega, I would have been able to finish first, but missing maybe 100 meters of track there.
And that was the difference tonight. Big run to the end, but a third place finish. Either way, still coming away paid. So with that said, any final comments or shout outs you'd like to give for tonight's performance?
Well, big shout out to the team who work with me. Number 7, Logan, number 6, and big shout out to Cody for hosting these 2 races, the last week and this week. Can't wait for the Xfinity Series League to start, so we can participate in that, and maybe we'll see us again then.
Bumper to bumper with the race leaders at the end of the event. Bob Leclerc, P3 on the day. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you to you.
And take a look at this finish as we pull it back on your screens. Unbelievable. 1,000th of a second, and between the top three, 41 thousandths. That was the end result of 500 plus miles racing here today in Daytona. Checkered flag falls tonight and ends our SCRL Speed Weeks, but we can't thank enough the entire Southeast Racing League crew who brought it to you. Courtesy, of course, of Cody Griffin. We thank him again for hosting all these events and can't wait to work with his group for future special events when they come through. Thank you for viewing live on FTN Broadcasting. If you enjoyed, make sure to leave a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. Your podium goes as follows: Bob Leclerc in third, Trevor S. Warnoff in second, and Cody Griffin, your race winner. You've been watching from the virtual Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing, as the inaugural 2025 SOUTHTONA 500 comes to pass. I've been your host, David Kreutz, commentating and producing, so make sure to support the channel if you enjoyed. We'll be back for our next broadcast on Tuesday night. Congratulations to Cody Griffin for the victory. Thank you for tuning in to our coverage of the Southeast Racing League and the SOUTHTONA 500. We hope you enjoyed tonight's coverage, and we hope you have a fantastic night.